So, Starcraft. I've already done a lore run of this series, which I stand behind. I recommend it. It's some good stuff. We will, of course, be lowercase lore running this, as we always do, but that's not really our goal here. Our goal here is to review these games. How good is Starcraft, really? And that's an interesting question, which I do not have an answer to. But before we get any further, I do want to say shoutouts and thank yous to Bragwin, Chaotic Danny, Darth Raptor, Eclectic Oak, Frieza, Hephaestus, Candyman, Catabo, Kira White Noise, Lore Reloaded, Mike Romano, Mr. Red, MS Cardo, Ojunix, Papanix, Pesnator, Fife, Shikor, Sigma, Terra Kawahana, Trafin, Who Girl, Doom Rider, Sakage, Spartan, Sonashi, Fringe Philosopher, Churen, Gum Gum Do Queen, person who put this game on the books, Oculus, our majority shareholders, Dream Whisperer, Dark Day, and Loner, and our no really majority shareholder, Eternus. Thank you, all of you, very, very much for making this run happen. I don't know how well or badly StarCraft 1 is going to score. I legitimately have no idea. It could be good, bad, in between, up, down, sideways. I have no idea. I know I have a pretty good vibe on how StarCraft 2 is going to score. Hint, it's going to be in striking range of Diablo 3. Just going to put that out there. But StarCraft 1? I should also mention something else while we're on the subject here. Excuse me. Because this is an RTS game. We haven't really covered that many RTS games, really. There's Halo Wars, which is mid. Halo Wars 2, which was average. Homeworld Cataclysm, which was Homeworld. Spellforce 3, which... Dawn of War 1 and Dawn of War 2. So we haven't... I don't have a nice way of saying this. We haven't hit any of the really big, good RTS games yet. So this is kind of our first. This is the one that's going to be establishing some precedence here. Again, I'm quite curious how this is going to line up, especially since StarCraft is definitely one of the linchpin games of the RTS genre. Because we had Warcraft 1, which was originally supposed to be a Warhammer game. Everybody knows about that. And they lost the license for... And so they decided to just kind of throw something together at the last minute and you know, file the edges off to make it look like it wasn't a Warhammer game. Warcraft 1, however, actually sold pretty well. So they're like, okay, well, why don't we take this and run with it? And they took it and they ran with it and they came up with Warcraft 2, which is the first actual Warcraft game, the franchise codifier, if you will. So they're like, okay, we've got Warcraft 2 now. We've got our own thing going on. Why don't we go ahead and make a new one? Because they really wanted to drift into this other direction, and they had these sci-fi ideas going on. And there was a dude who was kind of a part-time artist at the studio, a little-known name you might recognize named Chris Metzen, who was like, you know, I kind of want to do this whole this story idea. I've got this story idea I really want to work with. And they're like, okay. And so there was some work done, and they workshopped some things, and several people in the office got involved, and they all put together this idea for a game called Starcraft. Now, I've shown you the original Starcraft. It was Warcraft 2 with a slightly different coat of paint. It was orcs in space. That's all it was. And everybody in the office looked at it and was like, this is crap. For all of the garbage that Blizzard has done and continues to do, one of the things the studio used to stand for, more than anything else, was polish. And I mentioned that because even back then, even in the 90s, not many studios would look at a project which they've already put a lot of time and effort and work into and say, this isn't good enough, and take it back to the drawing board. That's pretty uncommon. And so they looked at this crap, and they were like, okay, this isn't good enough. They took it back to the drawing board, and Well, they made Starcraft, for lack of a better way to put it. Now, as a consequence of that, um, StarCraft Vanilla is a little bit rougher than you're probably remembering, because it was actually really common back in the day for this to happen. Um, Oftentimes, a developer, when they're making their first RTS in a particular engine, the time and effort they're spending making the campaign is being done so that they can learn how to use their own game, their own editor, their own designer, stuff like that. So it was the same thing with StarCraft 1. This happened with Command and Conquer. This happened with Total Annihilation. There's a bunch of other examples of that. So StarCraft 1, vanilla, doesn't have particularly interesting mission design in general, especially compared to later, what Blizzard would later be found out for, because they were still kind of figuring things out. You can always tell, and I'll be pointing out a few examples as we go, of missions where you could see what they were going for, and they didn't quite land it because they were still figuring it out. That's why Brood War is going to come along and then be like, hey, we know how to use our engine now. But you understand the concept, right? This is one of the reasons expansion effect exists. When you're building the campaign, you're also both building and learning your own engine and how your ships and your units and all that stuff works. Once you're up to the expansion, you know how the game works, so you'll be able to actually do stuff for that, but whatever. Either way, who knows how this one will review? I don't know. Nobody knows. Except for Pancakes. He's the only one. Authenticating, whatever. Hang on, this doesn't look quite right. Hang on. Let me fix this. Because you came here for this game. There we go. So yeah, you can just kind of swap on the fly like that. As it happens, we do have precedence for this. So I'm going to go look up how many positives we gave Diablo 2 for that. And Halo 2, although I don't remember how many positives we gave that. But yeah, we can't hit a button. But you can still do it in mid-mission, for example. Pretty sure. Yes, this is an RPG. How did you guess? Weirdly enough, even though this is merely a remaster, it's a pretty decent remaster. It's a shame, I was hoping for a remake, but the PvP scene disagreed with that. Is the simplest way I could put that. Damn it, Fife. Why would you do this, Fife? How could you do this? Yeah, no, that's exactly right, Darkrai. Plutonium experiment. I mean, expansion effect is a real thing for a real reason. So I'm checking Halo 2 while we're at it, just to make sure we had the same concept. It looks like we did. We're going to start off with positives. Does this game name a remake? Dragoons. Also selection size. That's it. That's all I need to say. You know, you know. If you don't, you don't. Okay. Does PvP ruin everything? Kinda. I mean, I love games that don't exist or are made worse by sheer virtue of PvP. In fact, that came up just this morning. I don't remember what it was in regards to, but there was something where it was like, hey, such and such, why? Well, PvP. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm referring to, Loner. Gotta keep it, because PvP. Okay. Oh yeah, let's get music out of the way. So let's do the tutorial, shall we? I don't know. I haven't had to deal with a troll like that in a while, but there should be a specific toggle to say this is a spurious claim, Triaxia. Hate the briefing music. In the decades since the Guild Wars, wrong game, the oppressive Terran Confederacy has stood unchallenged in its supremacy over colonized space. All that changed 4 days ago when a large alien fleet emerged from warp space and laid waste to the unsuspecting Confederate colony of Chowsara. The Confederacy, fearing the alien fleet's next target will be the colony of Marsara, has sent you to intervene. Acting as magistrate, you are to safeguard the colonists and keep their state of panic from escalating any further. And your name is Horner. I don't care what the game says, her name is Horner.
Welcome to Marsara, Magistrate. The equipment demonstration you requested is prepared and may be initiated at your convenience. Simply select Start to begin the demonstration. You may skip the demonstration by selecting Skip Tutorial.
I'm good. Yeah, no, this is Horner. We're playing as Horner. We all acknowledge that. Moving on. Instead of random magistrate who then wanders off.
The T-280 SCV is the cornerstone of our hostile environment construction and resource gathering operations.
Roger that.
In order to build a thriving colony, numerous SCVs are necessary. You can build additional SCVs at a command center.
Well, now that we got some music going, I feel safe going ahead and bowing and saying thank you, because we just got like 3 donations in a row. That's true. Reddit is right about everything except for this. They're wrong. Thank you, CDJ. Always appreciate it. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Is the plot any good in this game? Yes. People will dispute that, and that is their right. But you asked me. Thank you, Fife, very, very much. I always appreciate you, Fife. Thank you very, very much. I will put that down for Yakuza 0, the BRPG block, and the FF7 through 12 audit. And thank you very, very much, Warp Core. I will put that towards FTL, Star Trek Resurgence, the Terran Gambit, and Taking a Drink. Is the plot of Warcraft 1 a plot? No. Warcraft 2 barely has a plot. Warcraft 1 does not. Bethesda, Dark Day. We'll be covering Morrowind, Skyrim, Fallout 3, and Fallout New Vegas in the BRPG block. You too can find out what's in the blocks if you type in !block into chat right now. This is a little loud. Just saying, a loath to lower the music volume. I think I kind of have to. Oh, God, it's already really low. Look at that. Put it kind of down here. How's that sound? How's that sound? I don't feel like I have to yell anymore. Okay, cool. We are Roman Cure. Let's get this out of the way. While the actual brickwork, the standard brickwork, which is the tile set, is merely good, I absolutely love the visuals. Look at that. No, really actually drink that in for just a second. There's nicks. There's bits of it that are missing. There's scuff marks. There's like chunks where the iron has been kind of smoothed over, and chunks where it's actually kind of still rough. It gets across a tone, which is pretty much the Terran tone in a nutshell. The thrown together, making it work. Tech. God, I don't even know what to call it. I'm failing at words here, but there's a very specific tech tone to how the Terrans look, and that just says it in vibe. But of course, naturally, we have been asked to show how it looked originally, which it looked like crap originally, obviously. But I am, as ever, your dancing monkey, so there's what it looked like originally. Ramshackle. That's a good word. I like that. Ramshackle. So you can tell the difference pretty much immediately. We will not be playing on the original graphics because I don't hate my eyes that much. There it is. Direct comparison. All of Mass Effect, Galapaluso? They do give you the option, which is good, which gets a positive. Thank you, Hephaestus. Always. Always appreciate those subs. Thank you. If you know what you want to put those towards, please let me know. Whoops. Got an alt tab here. God damn it, Eternus. Is there even a way to enjoy all of Mass Effect or no? That's a good question, because we have to consider Andromeda in that list. How's that for a weird thought? You know, Eternus is just being Eternus over there. Jesus, dude. You are right. To talk about this briefly, there is still an obvious visual feel and flair to the ramshackle. Zoom it out of it. To the ramshackle nature of that, like the rotating turbines on the supply depot, and the nature of how the SCV just kind of looks like it's a chunk of metal that was just bolted together and stuff like that. But what I'm very impressed by, and I know this is such a minor thing, and it wasn't even new to this game, is the idle animations. Obviously, there's the turbines there, and, you know, there's like the gas coming out of the Vespene geyser, but just watch the Marines for a second. It's such a minor thing, but I've talked about this so much. When you add little flavor animation to a game, it makes it look better. I talked about this all the way back in fricking Zelda, Link to the Past, on the SNES in the early 90s. You have those extra little bits of animation, and they make it look better. Imagine if they were all just sitting there and it was a completely static image. It just wouldn't work the same. It wouldn't hit the same. Anyways. Whoops. There we go. Thank you, Eternus. If you know what you want those to go towards, do please let me know. Thank you. I don't think I agree with that, PM Trix. But then again, I actually like the remaster's graphics, so what the hell do I know? Slapdash? No, I like Ramshackle. I don't know, I'm probably just biased because I'm stupid. So.
Orders, Captain?
There's our SCV. Let's look at the interface for just a second. Zerg versus the Borg. The Borg. That's not even a question. That is not even a question. I, of course, remember all of my hotkeys. Basic information provided right here.
Orders, Captain?
We can see their health. There's a cute little thing I'll show off later. We see their armor. We see the kind of damage they do. Not full information, but we also see the build menu, which, of course, only fleshes out based on certain things we do.
Jacked up and good to go.
There's a decent amount of information that's not in the game, so I don't think we'll be giving an info in-game positive.
Give me something to shoot.
Because there's damage types, and there's splash damage, and there's certain abilities which only affect certain types of things. Like, for example, the Brood unit for Queens can only affect ground units, but ground units are actually two separate types of units. And all kinds of stuff like that. There's all kinds of little details that the game doesn't actually tell you that you just kind of know because you've played this game too much. So we'll probably not give an info in-game positive. Oxygen, not included. Armored Core 6. F-16. I don't actually know, Dark Day. It wouldn't surprise me. Starcraft is kind of a landmark game, like it or not. There's my notes. There's my notes. Oh gosh. Ah. Sorry, it's going to take me some getting used to. I do apologize. Yeah, back when manuals were required reading. Worst remaster I've ever seen? Other than the obvious ones? Well, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Because there's the obvious ones. Oh my god, Evo. Quit it! Just for that, I'm going to bow out of rage. Pure, unadulterated rage bow. Yeah. It's okay, I bowed before I read the comments, so I'm safe. Now I can just say, oh, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot to not read that, and it's definitely something I didn't do on purpose. You know what? Silent Hill HD Remaster, that's a good example. There you go, there's the worst remaster ever. God damn it, I was going to talk about something. Ah, right, that was it. One moment, please. I need to check something. That's what I thought. Atmosphere is what we put that under. You are very doomed, Evo. Who did do the music for this one? I actually don't remember off the top of my head. Okay. Let's actually do the damn tutorial.
Yes, sir? Commander, rock and roll.
This is Glenn Stafford. No surprise.
Commander, let's move. Rock and roll. Commander, outstanding. Rock and roll. Orders, Captain?
No, this is in-game music.
Give me something to shoot. Outstanding. Rock and roll. Permission to speak freely, sir. I'm not sure you know what you're doing. If you're going to send us into hostile territory and you want us to defend ourselves, then use the attack command. But if you want us to ignore enemy fire and go exactly to the spot you targeted, then use the move command. Now, which'll it be?
I know, right, Complex? It's not like I've ever made,
Not enough minerals.
it's not like I've ever played games with good music before, right? It's a Blizzard game. It's getting voice acting positives. Plural. Who knows?
SCV good to go,
Additional
sir.
supply depots required.
The music is the exact same as it was originally.
Affirmative.
No, Warcraft.
In
I know-
order to equip additional personnel, you must have enough supply depots to support them. You can use SCVs to build additional supply depots.
Ahem. Warcraft 2 also had pissed sounds.
Right away, sir.
Well, I actually know several people who have loved the stories of Warcraft 3 and Starcraft and like that, and have enjoyed playing it. Oh, speaking of which, so there are built-in cheats, but we can't give the game any positives for them. Sorry. But there are built-in cheats, which I know several people have used to enjoy these games.
Job finished.
StarCraft 2 was the first one to get that kind of positive, where it has something called casual mode, which is exactly what it sounds like. Why not? Oh, sure. So you're playing this game for the very first time, Roman Cure. What are the cheats?
Good to go, sir.
Don't tell me Google. That's not a valid answer.
Right away, sir. Orders received. SCV good to go,
Not enough
sir.
minerals.
Orders received.
Yeah, you see it? There are built-in cheats, but nothing in the game actually indicates them. 1, 2, 3, 4.
SCV good to go, sir.
It's entirely possible you could play this game and not even know this game has built-in cheats. Are they in the manual? That's a good question. Let me see. Let's pull up the manual here. Let's see. No. Okay. Is there a manual here? Let's see here. Manual. Doesn't seem to be a manual. Oh, well. Having said that, I don't think they were in the manual.
SCV good to go, sir.
I'm trying to remember where I first heard about the cheats for StarCraft. Because it was really far along. Like, it was in the GameFAQs era.
SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain? SCV good to go, sir. Yes, sir?
Yeah, I think it was GameFAQs. And I have no idea where they got it from. Strategy Guide, maybe? I don't know.
Something to shoot. SCV good to go, sir. I read you.
God, that is such muscle memory. You can build through hotkeys. I've kind of already mentioned that.
SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain? Commander.
Let's go kill some
Go,
stuff.
go, go. Outstanding. Rock and roll.
Oh yeah, check it out. Doodads.
Go, go,
The
go.
refinery processes raw Vespene gas, converting it into a form which your SCVs can gather.
Yeah, far too much, Dark Day. This was my, this and Diablo 2 were pretty much my original MMOs. I've actually talked about that before. No, Colin Peluso. By the time I put this game down, the professional scene hadn't even really started.
Go, go, go.
At least not here in the States.
Rock and roll. Let's move.
So, let me explain what I mean when I say that I use this as my MMO.
Standing by.
See that guy? He deserved to die. He was too weak.
Rock and roll.
What I mean by that is, back in the day, it was the game you kept playing. It was the filler game.
Rock and
When you have nothing else to do and you just want to play a game with your friends or just spend some time online, this was the game you'd play.
go, go, go.
So, this was my MMO. I just pop on and do, usually UMS maps. I loved UMSs, which I don't even remember what it stands for anymore, but it was their custom maps. Which year was that? I don't remember. 90-something.
Let's move.
What I do know is that I was actually literally playing this game when Y2K happened. That is to say, New Year's Eve on leading into the year 2000. I remember that because we were in the middle of a co-op map, one of the RPG ones, and it ticked over, and several people in chat are like, "Oh yeah, Happy New Year." I was like, "Oh crap, I didn't even notice," and we started. It became like an icebreaker. We started chatting about it. We were all making fun of ourselves for playing Starcraft on New Year's Eve.
Let's move. Go, go, go. Let's move.
By the way, that's a sound you're going to be hearing a lot.
Outstanding.
It's Bob's Guns. Oh, good, they're open. Yeah, can I have a number 3? Oh, look, there's rust. There's rust on the iron. That's so cool. All right, hem.
Rock and roll. Go, go, go. Let's move. Outstanding. Let's move. Rock and roll. Go, go, go.
I think that's all of them. So let's see what it looked like back in the old days, shall we? Oh god, it's hideous!
Outstanding.
But no, for real, you can see it right there. It's actually not all that different on some of these things. It's really funny. It looks like there are more doodads in the remastered version. Not that many more.
Rock and roll.
Bob's Guns is still Bob's Guns. It still's got the rust. Not as much. So it's gained a little rust over the years.
Outstanding. Rock and roll.
Really? Interesting, Eternus. I never had the battle chest. So this is something I kind of talked about. Near as I can tell, this is pure fluff. So he's at 20 health, but like it's like, oh my god, his chest piece is damaged, and his shoulders are damaged, and his gun is damaged.
Standing by.
He's like partially damaged.
Give me some.
This is again mostly fluff, but it's a nice little visual indicator of you're damaged and how damaged you are. Yellow units are partially damaged, red units are very damaged. You also notice that applies to their health bar as well. This guy right there having, here, let me demonstrate really quick.
Standing by. Rock and roll. Give me something to shoot. Commander.
So now he's got a red health bar. And so you can tell just at a glance, thanks to color coding, very damaged, damaged, not that damaged at all. It's not necessary because they've literally got a freaking health bar, but it is a nice additional detail. In fact, you'll notice that the width of the bar for health,
Commander.
right there, is actually, it's not automatically set. It's set manually based on unit size in order to try and indicate just at a glance which units have more health than other units. So you see the Marines only have the 6 pips, whereas the SCVs have, I believe that's 7.
Did I read you?
Yes. Listen, I'm not going to use stim packs, but shoot your fellow soldier right now! Alright, so, now that that's been done. Winners use drugs. Yeah, you can make your units attack each other. Of course you can. Why wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Reporting for duty.
listen, we don't do it, okay? I'm gonna leave the original graphics on for a minute so you can see what the original briefing looked like.
Did I read you? Reporting for duty. Job's finished.
This concludes the equipment demonstration. There will now be a fully catered reception at Marsara Base.
Ooh, fully catered. Ritzy. No, Darkrai. Apparently it was the Jormungand brood. Oh my god, I can't talk. Fully catered field rations.
Adjutant online. Good evening, Magistrate.
Horner.
I'll fill you in on what's been happening. Confederate traffic has increased substantially within the system due to the recent Protoss destruction of the Chao Sara colony. The Confederates have tightened security on all outlying systems, and it's likely that this colony will be locked down as well. An encrypted Confederate transmission came for you while you were at dinner. Replaying transmission.
Greetings, Magistrate. I'm General Edmund Duke of the Confederate Security Forces Alpha Squadron. The Confederacy has quarantined this entire planet, and we'll proceed with a lockdown within 48 hours. You're to relocate your core colonists to the outlying wastelands. Now, I know there won't be any problems with these new arrangements.
Transmission ended. I have contacted the local marshal, James Rayner. Rayner has agreed to meet your personnel en route and escort them to the new wasteland site.
You like how the tone is established pretty much immediately there? Just instantly. It's like, yeah, so, you're under my boot. But also, I'm kind of southern. And you're probably thinking, oh my god. But no, it makes perfect sense. Because the original colonists, and this is in the manual, were all of three particular groups of people. Criminals, political dissidents, and people with genetic deformities. So that's the Terrans. And it makes a lot of sense when you think about it that way, doesn't it?
Can't believe we're being sent to the wasteland. These Confederates think they can push anybody around.
Hey, anybody want to hear a joke really quick? What's the difference between Warhammer 40k and Starcraft? One of them actually it allows the story to move forwards. Anyways, let's see. So, look, I'm just saying. In 2 games, StarCraft has actually moved the story more than 40k has ever. Is this setting salvageable? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Granted, one of them makes way too much damn money. And the other one was canceled by its owner company because it didn't make enough money. Alright, I will admit it irritates me when people try to compare this to Warhammer 40k. Especially since it's always from the perspective of Warhammer 40k. Like, as if StarCraft is Warhammer 40k light. Which, in addition to being wrong, is just derogatory unnecessarily. But I digress.
Jacked up and good to go.
Oh, right. Now that we've seen that, we can go back to the better graphics. Ah, there we go. Much better.
Rock and roll. Go, go, go. Outstanding.
Howdy, boys. I'm Jim Raynor, marshal of these parts.
New mission objective. Raynor must survive.
Oh, yeah. Right on. Raynor here.
Yes, sir. Reporting for duty. Yes, sir. Orders, Captain. Reporting for duty.
Do you want to know what a loser I am? Pretty sure I've told this story before.
Give me something to shoot.
One of the things I used to do in RTS games in general
Go ahead, Commander.
is try to strip mine every map when I was there. I don't really even have a good reason why. It was just fun to me. I especially did that in, like, Command & Conquer or, Total Annihilation. Like, make sure every metal node is covered, all of them. That kind of a thing. Go ahead, make fun. I deserve it.
SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain.
Would you believe I only played Total Annihilation Kingdoms for like an hour and then returned it? No, Triax, yeah. They have no reason to. It's probably a decent game. I didn't give it a shot. So I've never gone back to it. I've never done a re-examination. I was just like, this isn't what I wanted, and then just immediately walked away from it.
I read you.
Try this up a little bit.
Job's finished.
Infantry units such as Marines can be trained at this facility.
That's true. Strip mining for the good of the planet.
SCV good to go,
Oh yeah, there's that health bar thing again. You can see it as a giant health bar because it's a building. Although not every building has the same size of health bar.
SCV good to go, sir.
One of the things I love is that if you roam around a little bit, there's actually some Zerg just here and there. It's across the idea that there's just roaming Zerg.
Sounds fun.
Just scouts, of course. These are just lings, but still.
Sounds fun.
No, I feel like if any game was going to get the first tag of this company, it would probably be Warcraft 1.
Sounds fun. Right on. This should be good.
The UED, Dark Day. Full
This
tilt.
should be good. Sounds fun.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Roger that. I read you.
Not enough minerals.
Yes, Warcraft 1 was before this.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Yes,
You
sir.
want a piece of me, boy?
I read you. I can't build there.
Alright. You know what I remember most about this game?
Additional supply depots
I
required.
remember playing the game like this.
You want a piece of me,
Additional
boy?
supply depots required.
See, this is not a joke. My computer, when this game came out, couldn't run the game at full speed. So I got used to playing the game at this speed. Like, if you turned up the speed like this, it wouldn't do anything. It would just keep playing at the same speed I just showed you.
Job's finished.
You notice we're still in tutorial land, so I don't really have much to talk about yet. There's some good establishment, but it's all early on stuff. There's not a lot to talk about yet. Oh, wait, fun fact, do you ever think about how large the SCVs are? Like in lore? Those things are like 10, 15 feet tall.
Receiving incoming transmission. Comlink established.
Hey, what's up, man? Got your refugees tucked in nice and tight? Provided you can sidestep any more surprises from our Confederate friends and we can keep them away from those critters, they should have an easy time.
Priority alert. Backwater station under attack by unknown alien organisms. Distress beacon activated at 0658. Alerting Confederate headquarters on Tarsonis. Stand by for incoming transmission.
We've already received the distress beacon from Backwater, and we'll take care of it. You just sit tight. You'll be notified if there's anything we think you need to know.
Damn. Listen, if we wait for Confederate reinforcements, that station's dust. I'll head out there now and do what I can. You send in some militia, and we'll save those folks. Trust me.
Sure thing, Jimmy.
Glad to see you, boys. Time to kick some serious butt.
Give me something to shoot. Anytime you're ready.
So I know I've told this story before, but this mission,
Give me
this
something to
exact
shoot.
mission,
Jacked up and good to
is the first time I ever applied a lesson I learned in StarCraft. And you're gonna make fun of me
Orders received.
if you haven't heard this this particular story before.
SCV good to go, sir.
So back in the day, and I think this is partially because of my own flagrant stupidity, but also because of the nature of how a lot of older RTSs worked,
Yes, sir.
I didn't see the purpose in building more than one of a given construction facility. So for example, my base would only ever have one barracks. Just the one. Right there. What's the point after all?
SCV good to go, sir. Yes, sir.
Like, it was so logical in my brain. It was like, I'm gonna produce the troops anyways. It's just gonna cost me more if I build more barracks.
SCV good to go, sir.
Anyways. Well, I didn't have that excuse. I'm pretty sure... When did this game come out? 98?
Job's finished.
Because I would have been 15 at the time.
Orders, Captain.
Anyways.
Read you. Affirmative.
Like, the logic at the time was funny because I can even defend the logic. It was just incorrect. The whole point was it's going to take the same, like, it's going to take longer, but it's going to cost the same amount of resources regardless. Like, I can't actually push out, like essentially, what's the benefit of making additional barracks when all it's going to do is cost more to produce the same thing? I wasn't thinking past the surface layer of, you know, speed or rebuilding or anything like that. Shrug.
Go ahead, Commander.
Look, I'm an idiot. What do you want from me? I remember those Amelia Clark's eyebrows.
You want a piece of me, boy?
I read you. Orders, Captain. Orders received.
You want a piece of me, boy? piece of me, boy?
Favorite Blizzard main character? Name the Blizzard main characters for me, and I'll go ahead and answer you for you.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Because clearly it's the Dark Wanderer.
Go ahead, Commander. Oh, yeah. Sounds fun. Right on.
What the hell is that? Looks like the ground there is alive.
This should be good.
Thanks for the rescue. We've been holed up in these bunkers for days hiding from the surge.
These things have been out here a while, but they could be pretty useful.
Rock and roll. Outstanding.
Can I read you? Can I read you? Reporting for duty.
Give me something to shoot. Go ahead, Commander. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's a canon Diablo character? Not counting in the rewrite.
SCV good to go, sir.
Go ahead, Commander. Rainer here. Want to turn up the heat? Slam it.
You know what? Valid answer, Mr. Red. I'll agree with that.
Rainer here.
Reporting for duty. Roger that. Yes, sir? Orders,
You want a
Captain?
piece of me, boy?
Right away, sir.
Upgrade complete.
Aiden was his name. Needfist. Which I only know because, you know, I had to canonize his name in the rewrite, but whatever. Whoops! I didn't mean to do that. That's whatever. So, Terrans. Some Terran buildings, it's always obvious because they've got the little things there, can lift off, which is such a game changer. I don't even know how to put it into words. It's a relatively minor thing in the grand scheme of things, but it's one of those tiny things that changes how you play as Terrans completely. It was also
Add-on complete.
practically a new concept at the time. Like, let's ask. RTSs didn't really have the concept of mobile bases down. Yeah, didn't you just see me move my barracks up here? They're slow, but they can move. And they can fly. That's kind of important, too. So... yeah, there's some cool stuff you can do with that. It does. It's really, really good for how you expand, when you expand. You'll see me do this more in Starcraft 2, but a common strategy I like to use is to already have my second command center going before I even find my first expansion point. And then when I do, I just move the second command center there and we're ready to go. Now, you can't move everything. Like, for example, this academy, bunkers, and the supply depots, they can move. But still, you can move, I believe, all of the production facilities, like the factory, the barracks, and the starport, as well as the command center and the engineering bay. And I think that's it. Oops. Furthermore, add-ons. So we'll see a little bit more about add-ons in the future, but the concept of add-ons is actually kind of awesome. It's exactly what it sounds like. You do an add-on to the building, it gives you some additional functionality. In this case, the all-important ability to scan the map, which, as you probably didn't see, but I just was able to do that without even clicking over here, because you can do that from the mini-map. So, already we're starting to see that the Terrans are a little bit, despite what you'd think, the Terrans are kind of the caster/tech faction of StarCraft 1. We will not get access to the battlecruiser until, I believe, the very last mission. I always assumed it was people being pumped with drugs and screaming in terror, PM Triox. But I could be wrong about that, don't quote me. I mean, this is where we get the fricking stim pack upgrade, for example. Second to last, my bad. Anyways, are we good to go?
Anytime you're ready.
We are not. Fix that.
Fire it up.
There's 3 education modes.
You want a piece of
That's another thing. It gives us access to the fire bats, so, you know, maybe they're just there screaming the whole time.
Need a light, Commander. Rainer here. Sounds fun.
Also, and I know this is going to sound strange, but I kind of like the fact that they don't really hold back on the mystery of the Zerg. In some games, especially modern games, but even older games, I hope so, Magister, but I'm not getting my hopes up, if that makes any sense.
Upgrade complete.
In some games, they would really drag this out, right?
Need a light.
There would be, like, you know, we do a first mission, and it's just, hey, everything's fine and normal. And then you do a second mission, and everything's kind of weird, and the Confederacy sucks. Oh, the Confederacy sucks. And then the third mission is like, oh, man, the Confederacy sucks. And there'd be, like, one Zergling in like, the third mission. It's like, oh, that's strange. And then the fourth mission would show up, and then they'd be like, oh, my God, we've seen, like, there's this other Zerg thing. What is it? Oh, it's just this weird creep thing, and so forth and so on. We're on mission 2. Actually, yeah, good point. We'll go and leave Rainer here.
Commander.
Sure, we'll do that.
Yes. Fire it up.
That's not what worries me, Dark Day. The problem is whether or not they're going to do anything under new management, especially since a theory I've had for several years has been getting more and more proven true as time goes on.
Yes. Commander. Standing by. Outstanding. Let's move.
So it's a good time as any to mention that if you notice, units have a tendency to stay within the same formation that they are in when you start moving. See that?
Let's burn.
So, if you really want them to group up,
Fire it up. Yes.
kind of got to do that before they start moving.
Yes.
And then they'll try to stick to that, see?
Slamming.
It's not good, but I don't think it's bad either. It's just there. No, we'll have plenty to complain about later.
Standing by.
Anyways, let's go poke the bear.
Up and good to go. Rock and roll. Go, go, go. Give me some of this shoot. Rock and roll. You got my attention.
They're more dangerous criminals. Does that count, Dark Day?
Yes. Give me some of this shoot. Rock and roll. Commander. Rock and roll. Let's move. Go, go, go. Standing by. Outstanding. Rock and roll.
Oh, we actually took a loss. So you'll notice I was trying to do something there. I might as well talk about it right now. I actually wrote down the exact percentage. StarCraft 1 has an interesting mechanic, which, whether or not you consider it to be good or bad is debatable. It is something that they definitely got rid of in StarCraft 2. And that is that when you're on high ground versus low ground, you have a 46.875% chance to miss the target on the high ground. So this guy down here, if he was attacking Zerg up, he has basically a 1 in 2 chance to just straight up miss, regardless of the fact that he can see them just fine. This can lead to some issues later on, but it is something that needs to be calculated for in certain missions.
Outstanding.
It can also be used to your advantage if you happen to have the high ground.
You got my attention. Give me some of this shoot. Outstanding. Fire it up. You got it. Let's burn, Commander. Let's move. Yes.
We'll talk about the Zerg units later. As was typical for most RTSs ever, including into the modern era, it is most common. It is most common for it is most common for RTSs to kind of slowly unlock units as you go. And generally speaking, by the time you get to the end of the campaign is when you finally have access to all the good stuff. It's a long-standing tradition, which I'm not 100% sure I agree with, but the reasoning behind it is sound. The idea is very, very simple. They want there to be a power progression curve. They want to have you feel like you have access to more and more and more of your army as you're moving along. Furthermore, they also want to have there be, like, they want you to kind of get used to new units and then have, you know, access to a unit throughout a mission and get used to it in time to understand how to use it, blah, blah, blah. And then you get access to a new unit and so forth and so on. I think this isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I do think that some RTSs do this better than others. So let's send a firebat out to hear a line that most people never hear.
Naturally. Let's burn. Whoa, what the hell did they do to that command center? You got my attention. Commander, let's move. Outstanding. Yes. Want to turn up the heat?
Receiving incoming transmission.
Marshal Rayner, by destroying a vital Confederate installation, you and your men have violated standing colonial law. As of right now, you're all under arrest. I suggest you throw down your weapons and come peaceably.
Are you out of your mind? If we hadn't burned that damn factory, this entire colony could have been overrun. Maybe if you hadn't taken your sweet time in getting here.
Now, I asked you nice the first time, boy. I didn't come here to talk with you. Now throw down them weapons.
Guess you wouldn't be a Confederate if you weren't a complete pain in the ass.
Actually, Horner is not under arrest, as we'll see in a few seconds here. I hope you like early, well, mid-90s CGI. This was mind-blowingly good back in the day. In fact, Blizzard was known for the longest time for having the best CGI in the business. Going as far back as Warcraft 1.
Hey, Sarge, why we always gotta listen to this shit for anyway? 'Cause I'm in charge, that's why. Oh, it don't seem like no good kind of reason to me. Possibly anyway. Hey, what's that? Hold on right a second. Spring roller! Looks like you mashed some poor feather's dog, Sarge.
It's a Zerglin, Lester. Smaller type of Zerg. They can be out this far unless... Oh, shit.
I love you, Sarge.
I was like that. Huh? The cutscenes do a good job of getting across the ground perspective, which is important because our camera's usually about a mile in the air.
Transmission. Comlink established.
I got your message, Magistrate. And frankly, I don't care what you have to say about Confederate regulations. You damn fringe world yokels are all alike. Don't know where your loyalties lie. Y'all have a real good day now, you hear?
Transmission ended. The report you requested is ready. 16 outland stations have reported sightings of the alien invaders identified as Zerg. The Confederates have arrested all standing militia forces and continue to avoid action against the Zerg. 3 stations have fallen to the Zerg already. We've been unable to locate any source of military relief except the extremist faction known as the Sons of Korhal. Their liaison is holding online.
Good day, Magistrate. My name is Arcturus Mensk, and I represent the Sons of Korhal. You're familiar with the Confederate propaganda surrounding my group, but your reputation suggests you'll see past it. It's never been our practice to operate in any one place for long, but these Zerg don't look like they're going to wait. I'm going to make you an offer, Magistrate. I'd like to help you out by sending down a number of transports to your colony and evacuating any survivors. You know, of course, that my organization operates outside the bounds of Confederate law. That's why they spread their lies and misinformation. If you decide to accept our help, you'll be branded as an outlaw too. But it's a chance to save those people. Time to make a stand, Magistrate.
Ending transmission. Priority alert. Evacuation zone under attack by Zerg forces. Distress beacon activated at 12:20.
Well, cool.
Hey, this thing's on fire! You ought to send an SCV out here to repair it. You can fix my bike up too while he's at it.
Commander, let's move.
I read you. Orders, Captain?
Let me get some stuff set up, and then we'll talk about this mission a little bit.
Commander, outstanding. Give me something to shoot. We can take cover in these bunkers if things get too dicey. Commander, give me something to shoot. Let's
SCV good
move.
to go, sir.
Give me something to shoot.
God, you ever play a remaster of a game that has done up the graphics? And as you're playing it, you get so used to it, you kind of fail to recognize that it's a remaster.
Something on your mind?
Anybody else ever have that problem? I had that problem with Metroid Prime 1 as well. And D2, yeah, exactly. It's just, I just had that problem. I was just looking at it, and I was looking at this exact screen, and I was like, wait, is that what it always looked like? Because, I mean, no is the answer to the question, obviously. And in case I have to really make this point, this is what it originally looked like. Anyways, it's a good remaster. I'm really pleased with it, visually at least. Didn't really do a lot with the gameplay. That's not as good.
Jacked up and good to go. Rock and roll.
You. It's funny, I'm in a hurry because I want to have as much time to talk as possible. So, here's the deal. Most people I know really hate this mission. I am not one of those people. 1, 2, 3. See, here's the dealio. This mission is really easy if you know this game very well.
SCV good to go, sir.
But that's sort of the problem, if that makes any sense. It's why I don't think criticisms against this mission really are valid. It's because this is a tutorial. In fact, this is actually the very last tutorial mission. Unless you count the next one, in which case the next one's the last tutorial mission. Don't worry about it, Von Falkenstein. Don't worry about it.
SCV good to go, sir.
It's all good in the hood. Exactly, Ghost Rider, which is, of course, my exact complaint of the matter.
Reporting for duty.
Let's
Right
get
away,
you,
sir.
and then you.
I read you. Reporting for duty.
It is kind of a puzzle mission, yeah. But, like, the point is, Blizzard games really like the Defend the Line mission. We were making fun of that.
SCV good to go, sir.
I don't even remember what game was that where we kept making fun of the Defend the Line missions. Because there were so many of them. But the Hold the Line missions can be good, bad, or in between. What was that? That was relatively recent.
Good to go, sir.
And
I read you.
you go to this.
Right away, sir.
Hold the Line missions.
SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain?
How do I explain this?
Job finished.
I would say they're easy to make, but the problem is they're also really hard to do well. the floor is lower, but the ceiling is much higher. Blizzard, in general, tends to really do a really good job with Hold the Line missions. I would actually argue that most of the best Hold the Line RTS missions
Good to go, sir.
ever are by Blizzard,
Yes, sir.
are in Blizzard games.
Something on your
I
mind?
read you.
Gotta fix this up while we're at it.
I read you, sir.
Base is under attack.
Give me something to shoot. Go, go, go. Let's move. Rock and roll.
Orders, Captain? Roger that. Orders, Captain?
It's a good time to talk about something else that's a unique thing to Terrans. So once Terrans hit the red, they start bleeding out, like that one is there. So Terran buildings can actually self-destruct once they get down to red. That's fun. That leads to all kinds of strategy, which I'm not going to bore you with right now.
Insufficient Thespian gas.
On both sides, too. In some cases, if you do things properly, you can just damage a building or a unit or whatever down to red and just kind of let it go. Well, you cannot build on the elevated platform. Yeah, Starcraft is one of the very, very first, if not the first RTS to make the factions actually different. To use Warcraft 2 as the immediate counterexample, in Warcraft 2, the two factions were identical other than spells. So, that's fun. That was true in a lot of older RTSs. Honestly, frankly, even like some of the better ones. But StarCraft was like, hey, why don't we make the three factions function completely differently? Well, here we are.
Additional supply depots
Report for
required.
duty.
When you're done.
Upgrade complete.
I don't remember the terms, Magister. There's actually a term for that. Because Command & Conquer is actually fundamentally different than StarCraft, for example.
Commander.
I read you.
Because in Command & Conquer, like, for example, if I build 3 tank factories, I can't produce tanks from those 3 factories, or even any of the factories, because there's a menu over on the right. That's where I produce tanks, and they pop out when the very from the last tank factory I produced. So I don't actually like I'm explaining that badly, but that fundamentally changes base design and how you build your army and how you reinforce your troops and all kinds of other fun stuff like that. It's fundamentally different from something like this, where I could have this barracks up here, and I could have another barracks up here, and this one's producing units up here, and this one's producing down there. And yeah, no, you are correct, Loner, but the units don't come out of the factory technically, they come over here,
Base is under attack.
out of the menu. Also, the very way you do base design is different, because in the early Command & Conquer's bases had to be either next to each other or near each other, so you couldn't, for example, just walk over here into non-all-land, or like way up here, and then just build a barracks up here. You couldn't do that.
Orders, Captain? Right away, sir. Yes, sir?
But the reason I like this mission
Complete.
is because it's actually a pretty easy mission, all things considered. And I'm not saying that to sound elitist, quite the contrary, because it's a freaking tutorial. It's supposed to be easy. It's supposed to be, here's how the game works. I'm gonna laugh if I lose right here. It's supposed to be a tutorial. You'll notice how the enemy attacks are coming very spread out from each other, right?
Orders, Captain?
Huge gaps of time in between attacks. And lots of time to get used to what you want to build and where. They give you 2 vectors of regular attack, and then they have someone who's going to fly through the middle. And almost every enemy attack that's going to be attacking during this page, during this mission, is going to be something that was manually designed to try and poke and prod the player into thinking in ways they might not otherwise have. This is for people who haven't played RTSs before. That's what this mission is for. And considering the hold the line mission type is actually extraordinarily common, not just in general, but in StarCraft, that makes sense. Hell, like 2 missions from now, we're going to have another one. No, 2 or 3, one of the 2.
Job's finished. Right away, sir.
And you notice there's just this dead period time in between, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It is good tutorialization. It also is probably a good time to talk about... oh, PvE, no question. It's a good time to talk about pathfinding. So the pathfinding in this game is bad. It might not be the worst pathfinding I've ever seen, but it's certainly in the running for it. So, everybody knows about the Dragoons. Everybody knows about the Goliaths. What you might not know is that, yeah, we will basically not be using Dragoons, even though they should be a great unit on paper because of the pathfinding.
Job's finished. Right away, sir.
But the real problem here is it's not just the fact that certain units just have trouble with pathfinding, for reasons we'll talk about more in detail later. It's that pathfinding in general has problems. So you see this vector line right here. You can't see my mouse, I know. But here, I'll go out with the SCV. SCV, go out and pass the front line for me, please.
Affirmative.
So, because of how this is lined up, the pathfinding is going to be inclined to come right along this wall. You know, you've already noticed it. And then go down here. But the problem is, because of the way that the pathfinding constantly manually self-adjusts on itself, which is actually good, believe it or not, and was done for a reason I'll talk about in just a second, what would happen is, imagine 50 Zerglings swarm, like, just magically spawn right here for a second. And they all start moving towards me. Well, they're all going to start moving diagonally towards me, and they're going to readjust and readjust and readjust, until at one point or another, they're all going to be in a line. 50 Zerglings is not as threatening when you're only shooting one at a time, as just about any superhero will tell you from just about any action movie ever. Hey, Daniel. Hi again, Evo. So, that's just a normal problem. It's one of the reasons why you've probably already seen me kind of automatically, like, readjust as I'm moving forwards, just to make sure that they kind of stay clustered as they're moving forward. Because otherwise, they'll just move forward in a goddamn line. If you just click over here and let the pathfinding handle itself, your troops will turn into a line. Like, that's how that's going to be. There's no getting around that. So the pathfinding is not great. And it is triple negative worthy, which is funny because I was thinking about this. I can't think of games with worse pathfinding, but this is still terrible. I think games that are worse than this just deserve more negatives for this. And we'll just kind of break the brakes off of that. This is bad. There are certain... StarCraft 2 has fantastic pathfinding. Some of the best pathfinding I've ever seen in a game. That's not a joke. Yeah, Red Alert 1 and Command & Conquer 1, which are basically the same pathfinding system, both have the same general problem. Let me try to explain that a little bit.
Your forces are under attack.
Did you notice, by the way, we had like a good solid 5 minutes before the next wave came?
Orders received.
Base is under attack.
And then the next wave that comes is a nice bigger wave.
Give me some of this shoot. Commander, rock and roll. Jacked up and good to go. Outstanding.
Job's finished.
That's an interesting question, Hephaestus, which we'll talk about later, because that's in StarCraft 2.
Commander.
Anyways, how does Warhammer 40k pathfinding? I don't understand the question. Name a Warhammer 40k RTS game.
10 minutes.
I guess there's Dawn of War.
Ship arrival.
It's better than this. I don't remember.
I read you.
I don't remember. There you go. There's my answer. It's not something I thought was significant enough to remember. Pathfinding. So the other problem here is, apparently it's worse. Oh, that's right. We did that, didn't we? We did an example where we showed off how this was better, didn't we? I remember that now. Because here's the thing. Despite the fact that this is triple negative, and I stand by that,
Orders received.
in older games, what would happen is units would get stuck on each other, as they are wont to do,
Yes, sir.
and then they would stay stuck on each other. They'd just sit there, stuck, forever. What they would do... Let me...
Want a piece of me, boy? You want a piece of me, boy?
So, if I order these two guys to move,
Standing by.
they just move, but if... And you probably can't even tell.
Rock and roll. Go, go, go. Outstanding.
Like right there. It was very subtle, but there was a moment where they just kind of adjusted their path because of the fact that the other Marine was there. Did you catch that?
Up and good to go.
I'll show this off in the next mission, because the next mission it'll actually do a lot better job of it. But you'll get it.
Orders, Captain. Right away, sir.
Set this over here. There's a recheck algorithm that's playing for the pathfinding. So if a unit starts to get stuck or runs into an obstacle, whether it's another unit or like part of the terrain, it will say, hang on, and try to recalculate where it's moving. Now that is a good thing. It just wasn't really properly designed yet. Because back in the day, what would happen is that a unit would run into an obstacle and then it would stop. Or worse, it would never recalculate, and it would effectively just kind of keep running into the wall over and over and over. So, for example, this is actually something that happened back in the day. You would have a situation where you would have, let's say, 2 tanks back in Command & Conquer, and a tank's going this way, and a tank's going this way, and if they bump into each other perfectly, then they're stuck forever until you manually grab one tank and peel it off, and then let the other tank peel off, because they're just constantly trying to run into each other and not stopping, so they're just locked there.
Jacked up and good to go.
Orders, Captain.
So that's why they added that recalculation thing. Now, if you're paying attention, the recalculation thing is the result, is the consequence, I'm going to let that fall, is going to cause other problems as well, because of the fact that in many cases, it's like, oh, sure, I'll just recalculate. Oh, sure, I'll just recalculate. And that's when you get the lines, right? I already mentioned that. But it was still better than it used to be. And that's why it's only 3 negatives. So how do you manually peel off? So pretend for a second that these two are 2 tanks that are banging up against each other. Bang, 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 bang. What you do is you grab one of them and you physically have it go a completely opposite direction.
5 minutes.
And then the
until
same thing with the other one.
arrival.
Now imagine doing that with 20 tanks. Yeah, or like 5 harvesters or whatever. It was extraordinarily common. It was something we all just kind of considered was a thing. And we just kind of lived with it. For all that StarCraft... The point I'm trying to reach here is that for all that StarCraft is belittled and mocked for its pathfinding, rightfully so, you have to understand this was revolutionarily better than everything before this. Anyway, so we're going to get hit pretty hard here in just a second. We should be good.
Job's finished.
Yeah, it was sand before water. Exactly. StarCraft 2's pathfinding is a thing of glory, but I don't want to praise StarCraft 2 too much yet.
Base is under attack.
Reporting for duty.
Anyways, good tutorial mission, I would say.
I read you.
Oh, StarCraft just stomped every other RTS in the day. I'm sorry.
Right away, sir.
All the RTSs that came out before StarCraft do not compare.
Give me some
For all the complaints I can and have leveled at this game, it was like a dawn of fresh sunlight after a dark night. It was just, oh my god. I don't know, Dark Day. There are ways to really cheese this mission. Like I said, you can really mess with the pathfinding, for example. You can also sally out if you really feel like it. There's several Zerg bases you can go take out. It doesn't really stop the final wave of attack because that's a spawn. Fun fact, there are 180 units which attack you during this mission. All of them are spawned. Oh god, no kidding, Blade Jamal. I'm actually dreading the eventual, inevitable Warcraft 2 review, because it means I'm going to have to play Warcraft 2.
Your forces are under attack.
Should be fine over here. We're fine.
Right away, sir.
You want a piece of me, boy? Let's move. Rock and roll.
See what I mean by the line?
Your forces are under attack. 1 minute until dropship arrival.
And we've won. I could have done that cleaner, I just didn't feel like it.
Yes, sir?
What's funny is the first time I played this, I was turbo paranoid. I think I've mentioned this during the lore run.
Go, go, go.
And I just was like, I'm going to have bunkers for days. I maxed out my freaking supply, filled with Marines that had, that were in bunkers.
Outstanding.
Job's finished.
Rock and roll.
I read you.
Sons of Korhal dropships approaching.
Strap yourselves in, boys.
Mission complete. I would say yes. Red Alert 2. Think? No, it's not Red Alert 2. Shoot. There was another one that really took from StarCraft and tried to develop it. In fact, there were several. And I can't think of any other names. Empire Earth, I want to say, was one of them. And obviously there was Homeworld, which has listed several times StarCraft as an inspiration. Oh, I don't know, like 3 hours, Plutonia. I used to do versus matches, man. Maybe Age of Empires 2, because Age of Empires 2 was kind of a conk from Age of Empires 1. I have not actually been Vulture. I've never had time for it. I might be thinking of Cataclysm, actually, now that I'm saying that out loud. Elapsed time, 1 second. Sure. One last tutorial.
Your tenure as Colonial Magistrate is suspended, pending an official investigation of your affiliation with the Sons of Korhal. Receiving incoming transmission.
Hey, man. Arcturus' boys sprung me from the prison ship. Apparently they're as frustrated with the Confederates as we are. I know their reputation, but they seem to be on the level. I think Arcturus wanted to speak with you.
Commander, Mar Sara is almost completely overrun by the Zerg. The Confederates are abandoning the planet, and so are we. However, there is one thing I'd like to do before we leave. I want you to raid this colony's Confederate outpost and retrieve whatever design or weapons schematics that you can find in their networks. With the chaos of the Confederates' evacuation, you shouldn't have any trouble getting in or out of their installation.
I'm into it.
That seems very reasonable. I mean, this whole game, the Confederates are clearly the bad guys, right? Like, everything has been indicating that they are the villains of this scenario, including their very personal reactions with us and the other people around them. So, and you'll also notice that even if we weren't inclined to his request, we owe him pretty hard here. He sent in some dropships and some aid, and he sprang Raynor. So Raynor and we both owe him. Sure, this all makes sense. This mission is doable by just Raynor, by the way. We're not going to do that. I just want to share that. So.
Anytime you're ready.
what I find interesting about this is I know several people who all point to this mission and this game for introducing the concept of what I usually hear referred to as dungeon maps, or hero missions, or however you want to call it. There's actually a proper term for this. It's called a no-build mission. No-build missions can be really, really good, and I know this because I've played Warcraft 3 and Starcraft 2. But these no-build missions... that's what I was getting to, Von Falkenstein. Jesus Christ, man. Give me a second to talk! But yeah, no, what they don't understand is that actually Warcraft 2 also had no-build missions, and so did Red Alert 1, and so did Warcraft 1. Warcraft 1 actually had no-build missions as a fairly common feature. Which I only bring up because I've always found it interesting that no-build missions are functionally a bit of artifact design. Apparently, Von Falkenstein. They're functionally artifact design, but I do think they finally eventually took the concept and ran with it, because it's exactly what it sounds like. No-build mission is where you're not building, you're just microing the units. It focuses entirely on the micro side of the RTS equation instead of the macro side. Macro side has to do with buildings and economy, throughput of units, building, designing, upgrading, what you build when, right? Microing is all about taking one unit and trying to use it as efficiently as possible.
Go ahead, Commander.
It's closer to a MOBA. Like a proper MOBA is full tilt micro, for example. Whereas something like, say, Total Warhammer 3 is very, very heavy on the macro side of things.
Oh yeah. Sounds fun.
Let me herd my troops through this wall here.
Right on.
Okay.
This should be good. Oh yeah. This should be good. Oh yeah. Sounds fun. This should be good.
Oh, God. Yeah, I actually have really, really bad memories of a lot of no-build missions back in Command & Conquer.
Oh, yeah. Sounds fun.
Random question.
This should be good.
How many of you have distinct memories of playing Command & Conquer or Red Alert, and you've got your one hero unit, and you're like, all right, I got this, and then they get run over by a tank and you lose the mission? So, let's talk about pathfinding. I said I'd show it off in the next mission, and I meant it. So I'm just going to have them all move up these staircases. Okay, let's watch what happens.
This should be good.
Okay, so that was awful. And yet, once again, my point is made here, because this is so much better than it used to be. I want you to imagine just moving troops down this staircase in games prior to this. Because as you can see the algorithms I've talked about. There's the recalculate, and they pause for a second, like, okay, now where do I go? And like, okay, hang on. And sometimes, you notice it's different each time. Sometimes they decide to find another route entirely. Sometimes they're like, oh, hang on, let's just pause, wait until the staircase clears out a little bit. Nope, okay, it's not going to clear up. We're going to go to the other staircases completely. Right? Yeah, to be very blunt, in the old Command & Conquers or earlier things, this is how you would do it. This is how you would get across these kind of moments. Right here.
Yes.
And this is exactly as awful as it sounds like.
Jacked up and good to go.
You'll notice how every now and again they still have issues. Like you saw that guy went way out before going in, or that guy did it too, right there.
Let's move.
In fact, if you saw the Firebat earlier did a similar thing. What? He's like, I'm gonna take that other staircase. Screw that noise. Screw that noise.
Standing by. Go, go, go. Anytime you're ready.
I don't think this game... Oh, no, it did have patrols. Oh, yeah, you want to see something funny. Here, watch this. Let's just set a patrol line along this staircase. Oh god, Dune 2. Oh god. Yeah, so the patrol button exists. You will never see me use it in StarCraft 1 vanilla. Maybe, but like probably not. I just look at them. Look at them. They're just I'm sorry. I shouldn't find this as funny as I do. It's a patrol. They're patrolling. Oh yeah. So I haven't really given the air talk yet. We'll do that the mission after this one, actually. But remind me to talk about the air talk, because I've got something to mention there. Thank you, as always, for being part of the show, Zach Taft. I'll put that towards Resident Evil Revelations run, because I noticed that just this morning, actually. I apparently can't spell revelation. Revelations? There we go. There we go. Yeah, okay, so moving on. Moving on. Holy crap.
This should be good.
Let's talk about one of the ways StarCraft the development of it is just fascinating, because they wanted to have their no-build missions. So they were like, okay, sure, let's have a no-build mission.
This should be good.
But they were like, well, hang on, no-build missions suck. You remember getting run over by a tank as Tanya? And they're like, yeah, but like, what do we do? Tanya was a super kill unit. And so they came up with a slightly variant idea.
Right on. This should be good.
What they decided to do was come up with the hero unit. I know what you're saying. The hero unit existed before this, and you're technically right. But I would argue the genesis of what we nowadays refer to as the hero unit actually starts here.
Right on.
Because just the design philosophy of what the hero unit was different. They have substantially more health. They usually have different abilities, or all the abilities. You notice that he's just got everything. And he starts off with a much better gun and much better armor. He has 6 armor, which probably doesn't sound like a lot. But he is a lot. That's a lot in this game. There's a reason Raynor can literally solo this mission. So yeah, they were base units that were modified. Warcraft 3 would obviously take this concept and run with it, but at the time it was trying to set a unit completely apart and trying to prevent the problem that I believe Blade Javal mentioned earlier, which is the possibility of what I would normally say building yourself into a corner, essentially reaching a point where the mission is incompletable. To compare this a little bit, they do 9 damage.
Go ahead.
He has 6 armor. I should also probably mention that I don't even think the enemy troops have 9 damage. We'll talk about that in just a second. Hang on. Yeah, also 200 health as opposed to 40.
Anytime you're ready. Oh, yeah.
And he's got the stim packs, obviously, but you get the point. So, no, he's pretty buffed. It's always weird to me because, for some reason, I always kind of thought that that Firebat, there you go, that the heroes were always subpar in StarCraft. It took until later, when I started actually analyzing the game design of it, that I realized that the hero units are actually really strong in this game.
This should be good. Oh, yeah.
Want to turn up the
Go ahead, Commander. Right on. Oh, yeah. Right on.
Yes.
This is Jimmy. This should be good. Oh, yeah.
Gotta kill some innocent civilians, literally labeled as civilians.
Sounds fun.
Yes.
This is Jimmy. Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. Let's get this out of the way. Audio spam. There's worse, but this is still bad.
Sounds fun.
Yep, okay, so their rifles do 6 damage. They do not have the upgrades. We have 6 armor. What that means is they do 1 damage per hit to us. 1. In StarCraft 1, you cannot reduce damage below 1, so at the absolute minimum, they will always do 1 damage to you. But I bring that up because that means most things in this entire mission will only ever hit Raynor for
Yes.
1.
You got it. Anytime you're ready.
There are pissed sounds, yes. Here.
Give me something to shoot. Jacked up and good to go. Give me something to shoot. Standing by. We gotta move. Are you gonna give me orders?
No, Spartan.
Oh my god, he's whacked. I vote we frag this commander. How do I get out of this chicken shit outfit? You want a piece of me, boy? Fire it up. Want to turn up the heat? You got my attention. Yes. Is something burning? That's what I thought. I love the smell of napalm. Nothing like a good smoke. Are you trying to get invited to my next barbecue? Got any questions about propane? Or propane accessories? You got my attention.
Yeah, by the way, lots and lots and lots of references in the pissed sounds.
Yes.
Hey, Lunar Ruth.
Anytime you're ready. Yes. Raynor here.
And let's walk down this staircase. There we go.
You got my attention. Commander. Right on. This should be good. Oh yeah.
Teleportation field activated.
Fire.
Yeah, ignore that we just casually have teleporters. Just ignore that. Ignore that.
You got it. Slam it.
Considering he just mentioned propane tanks and propane accessories, I'm pretty sure that, yeah.
Got it.
This is the remaster, yes. I can prove it. Check it out. Listen, Tara. No hellos for you ever, ever, ever. Although I do hope you get some more sleep soon.
Slam it.
Behold its glory. Behold!
Let's burn.
Yeah, streaming the original literally requires a third-party program. That's why we're streaming this.
Fire it up.
Unauthorized entry detected.
Let's burn. You got it.
The old portraits I do think look good. In fact, I will freely admit I'm not actually a huge fan of some of the new portraits.
Let's burn. This is Jimmy. Yes. It's them. Blast them. Sounds fun. You got my attention. Sounds fun. Want to turn up the heat?
Everybody recommends chicken noodle soup, but honestly,
You got it.
just something liquidy and warm is usually helpful in my experience.
Go ahead,
A
Commander.
nice hot thing of ramen.
Sounds fun.
Because they designed it that way, Traxia?
This should be good. Sounds fun. Right on. This should be
Yeah,
good.
plain toast is really helpful. I agree with that. Some plain toast dipped in some warm broth is great for that.
Right on.
And make sure to rest.
Oh,
You don't need to sleep necessarily, but you do need to rest.
Yes. Raynor here. Oh yeah. Go ahead, Commander.
First time we've seen a ghost, consequently.
Turn up the heat. Raynor here. This is Jimmy. Fire it up. Raynor here.
I mean, I know some people who chicken noodle soup legitimately helps. I'm just not one of those people.
Fire it up.
Chicken noodle soup actually makes me feel a bit nauseous.
Commander.
Usually because it's overloaded with grease and fat and whatever else. Like, you can see the oil on the frickin' liquid. It's awful. But, anyways. Thank you, Trafin. As always. I will jot that down for absolutely nothing. Get some good rest, Arctic. I guess we did miss it, but whatever. Moving on.
Hey, we found the plans, man. Have the transports waiting when we come.
Okay, we're out of the tutorial. Although some people argue this is the tutorial. The upcoming mission is the last tutorial mission. In the wake of the chaos resulting from the Zerg invasion, the Sons of Korhal escaped with the stolen data disks. Fleeing to the border colony of Antigua Prime, Arcturus' group now plans its next crucial move against the Confederacy. Who's that random woman in the background? I'm sure she's not important. 13 hours after the evacuation of Marsara, Protoss warships took up orbit around the colony and unleashed a massive planetary bombardment. All life on the surface was extinguished.
Hey, man. Headquarters has begun analysis of the disks. They expect to have them decoded shortly. I hope whatever's on those disks is worth it.
Receiving incoming transmission from Arcturus Minsk.
You and Captain Rayner have done well, Commander. I believe our efforts have weakened the Confederacy's grip on the fringe worlds. But our job out here isn't done yet. Lieutenant Kerrigan, my second in command, will elaborate.
I'll get straight to the point. Our sources tell us that Antigua Prime is ready to begin open revolt against the Confederacy. Unfortunately, the Confederates seem to be aware of this as well. They've stationed a large detachment of Alpha Squadron troops there, under the command of General Duke.
It will be your job, Commander, to free this colony and show our good intent to the Antiguan people. Lieutenant Kerrigan will help you deal with Duke's officers. The rest of the Confederates are yours to deal with.
Notice that the focus, and for several missions, honestly, has been much more focused on the Confederacy than the Swarm. Good night, Evo. Get some good rest.
Go ahead, Commander. This should be good.
Oh, right. Dakota actually mentioned this, but to say this out loud. So the game wants to make sure... Sleep, Evo. The game wants to make sure that you always know where your hero units are, even if they look like your other units. Like the aforementioned Rayner in the previous mission. So the trick they use is they set them to recruitable. It's a specific flag you can set in the mission, so that the first person that walks up and interacts with them gains them for their side. You heard that doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo right at the beginning? That was that happening. And then they just position it right next to your troops, so as soon as the mission starts, you gain the hero unit. It's kind of a workaround, but it works surprisingly well, because you can pretty much always see your hero unit amidst the others, since they don't have unique graphics. Anyways.
Rayner here.
They will continue doing this throughout the rest of StarCraft 1.
This should be good. Oh, yeah.
Captain Rayner, I finished scouting out the area and... You pig!
What? I haven't even said anything to you yet.
Yeah, but you were thinking it.
Oh, yeah. You're a telepath. Look, let's just get on with this, okay?
Right. Lieutenant Kerrigan reporting. It'd be a pleasure. I hate these things. They can sense me even when I'm cloaked. We should take these out.
All that and for other reasons.
I gotcha. It'd be a pleasure. I read ya. It'd be a pleasure. I read ya.
The waterworks, okay.
I gotcha.
So yes, this is our introduction to several concepts.
I read ya.
Flying units, telepaths, ghosts, and of course, Kerrigan. Yeah, we haven't really talked about damage types yet. It's because, and this is kind of the problem, they don't really say that. So there's a bit of a rock, paper, scissors going on with damage types and armor types in this game. Nothing in the game indicates that, unlike, say, Warcraft 3, where if you mouse over, siege damage, it says right there, this does extra damage to, like, building armor or whatever. So there are damage types which do extra damage and less damage to certain types of things, and there are armors which take less damage and more damage to certain things, but None of that's visible in the game. This is part of the info in-game negative that I've already given this game. It does, like, you kind of get a vibe for it. There's a reason scouts suck at anti-ground, for example. But otherwise, eh. Anyways.
What now? I read you.
Don't attack. Don't attack.
I gotcha.
Your forces are under attack.
Raider here.
Lieutenant Kerrigan reporting. It'd be a pleasure. I read you.
Now, you'll notice the enemy base is super well defended. But you'll also notice that there's only one detector. So the earlier mention about cloaking was pretty much here just to do this. Oh yeah, also our color has changed. This is something they did a lot back in the day. In fact, in Warcraft 2, each color was supposed to specifically reference one of the human kingdoms, if you were Alliance, or one of the Horde clans, if you were Horde. So, each color is supposed to be significant for a specific faction or a specific side. I don't remember all of them off the top of my head, but I do know red, which is the Sons of Korhal.
I gotcha. Thinking the same thing. I've taken care of business on this end, Commander. I think the Antigans are ready to back us up, too.
That's right. We've tolerated these Confederate goons long enough.
Base is under attack.
Now we have a bit of an easier time taking out those outside defenses. So, we are outright destroying colonial garrisons at this point. Cool. Always neat to do.
Affirmative. Orders, Captain.
Now begins... So I mentioned some people argue that this is another tutorial, and I'm not really going to argue against that.
I'm picking up a large Confederate strike force advancing on our position.
Well, they're not wasting any time.
Anytime you're ready.
SCV good to go, sir.
But what I am going to mention is that... Yes, we're playing SC1, Lunairith. What's the issue here? But... This mission has no real timer, and the enemy base will send periodic attacks to you, but they are what I'm going to politely describe as anemic. That's because, well, in part because the enemy is across a river. Like this river here, which you can't really see, but trust me when I say it's there, they can't really cross that other than by your typical dropship attack or wraith attack. So yeah, it's token attacks. It's just there to remind you the enemy's there, and just kind of poke the player a little bit, and be like, hey, don't forget we're here. So yeah, this is a tutorial for air, dropships, but most importantly all, the typical mission. So we'll talk about the typical mission. The typical mission is, I think it's like 90%. It's 85 or 90%. I forget. I actually did the math at one point of the missions in StarCraft 1 Vanilla. The typical mission is you have a base and some resources. They have a base and some resources. Knock them over. Yeah, exactly. You have a base. They have a base. It's one of the reasons why I tend to mention StarCraft 1 Vanilla as having not particularly good mission design, because most of the missions are the same mission. We'll see as we go through it. We will judge that as we go. But that's where that's coming from. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Lieutenant Kerrigan reporting.
You notice they start us off with some factories, which is funny because all these are good for is vultures at the moment, so we're just going to get rid of those. This, however, is a little bit more useful. They start us off with a starport, and they start us off with a wraith. We'll talk about wraiths in just a second. That's going to be the air talk I mentioned earlier. I'll send them down here. I want all of you to go down here as well.
Let's move.
I mean, there's nothing necessarily wrong with the standard mission, really. But there are... Let's actually do this. There's ways to do it well, and there's ways to not.
SCV good to go, sir.
What now?
Like, there's design that can go into that, put simply.
Good to go, sir. I read you. Orders received. Right away.
I should also mention the enemy base, not that we're there yet, actually has quite a few spider mines in it, which are absolutely terrifying things that will destroy the hell out of your troops unless you see them coming or know what you're doing or scan them or take them out from air or have hovering units, which actually bypass mines entirely. There's only 4 hovering units in the game that I'm aware of, which is SCV, well, workers, vultures, dark archons, and archons. And all 4 of those are... well, okay. 2 of those are available to us right now, so we could send in some vultures to deal with the mines. But we could also just kind of completely bypass them if we really felt like it. Do I want to do that? I don't think I do. I'm not going to bother.
Orders received.
Down you go, down you go. Oh yeah, very, very basic thing. You can't build too close to resources. I don't remember if that was a new thing in Starcraft. I have distinct memories of building bases like right next to gold mines in Warcraft 2, but I don't remember if like Command & Conquer or anything like that did anything different than that prior to this.
Reporting for duty.
Right. Oh, my back. Ah. Yeah, no, I think the pathfinding is the actual reason for it. I could be wrong. It could be a balance thing. I have seen several Transformers movies. I'm curious which one you mean. Planet Earth.
Give me something to shoot. Let's move. Give me something to shoot. Standing by. Jacked up and good to go. Give me something to shoot. Standing by.
Oh, hell, I've done a video on that one, Lunairith.
Transmit coordinates. Attack formation.
Yeah, flying buildings is still a sea change. It's kind of funny, really.
Orders, Captain.
I suppose I talk about rally points. So there's rally points. Rally point is exactly what it sounds like. It's once a unit is constructed in a certain area, I want it to go to this other area. There's also a bit of order queuing, but not too much. For example, I can build a supply depot and then have it queued to go back to building.
SCV good to go,
Here,
sir.
watch, I'll demonstrate.
Roger.
So he's going to go build something, and then he's going to go back to mining. But I can't build, for example.
Base is under attack.
SCV good to go, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, ironically,
Add-on
rallying is mostly useful here for making sure that you can easily select units, like I just did right here.
Good to go, sir.
So I make it so my SCVs go north, so I can immediately grab them and not have to like try to grab in the middle of SCV. Like if I just had typical rally like in the middle here, they'd be like, oh god, they're right there, and I'm trying to select them while the peace guys are bringing back crystals and blah blah blah. Can you run out of crystals? Yes. Can you run out of gas? Yes. Are you likely to? No. Unlike Warcraft 2, which would be getting many negatives for this. You cannot actually... Oh, yeah, and look, he went right back to gathering. No, red, purple, and teal are us, Lunairith. That's all us. What are you doing? You're still doing that, and you are done with that.
Transmit coordinates.
1 second, please.
Job's finished.
Good morning, Savicon. This is definitely a strategy game. RTS, specifically.
Reporting for duty.
Correct, Blade Travel. Although there's kind of some asterisks on that. So let me explain. I'm sorry, I'm trying to talk about like 3 or 4 things at once. So you see how this guy is harvesting that node right there, right? And it's got 1,000 minerals. Thing is, only one person can be actively harvesting a node at a time. However, if you're paying attention to the basic logistics of it, you'll notice he harvests... Here, watch this guy for a sec. Watch this guy right here. It's the guy I've selected. And then he'll go back, drop it off, and then he'll find his way back to it and start harvesting again. So if you're paying attention, you can already tell that you can have other people on the same node at the same time. Now, there's math that goes into that, and people who are much better at this game than I am would be able to tell you how many SCVs is optimal to have on a given node at a given time, to be able to rip resources out as quickly as possible. Now, this is the vanilla campaign. It already got a bank of 2,000, so I don't need to do that, but you can see how that's a thing. It's worth noting that StarCraft 2 bakes that equation into the HUD, which is one of the many, 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 many amazing features StarCraft 2 added. So, that's 2.5 apparently. Thank you, Zastel. So, my old standard was just 2. Just go ahead and count, and then toss 2 plus out there. Because what you can do is you don't... I like to manually assign. I've been doing that without even really thinking about it. But you don't have to. You can just send them out. And what'll happen is if an SCV comes up to an existing node and it's full, they'll just find another node. And if that one's full, they'll find another node. And eventually they will all figure out and start harvesting from the nodes. They'll all spread out and find their assigned nodes. They're not great about it. It is a little slower, but it is kind of a fire and forget thing you can do. You also notice I tend to have 3 people on Vespene. I don't think that's perfectly efficient, but 3 tends to be a good number for keeping the chain going pretty smoothly, which is why I tend to default to that. It does depend on distance, obviously, but I do believe, like, even some people, a friend of mine back in the day, used to think that he'd figured out how to crack the system to make tons of Vespene. What he'd do is he'd put his command center, like, down here, and then have this giant chain of SCVs, like 20 of them, just pulling Vespene. So it was this non-stop chain of Vespene coming in. He was like, look at all this Vespene I got coming in. And I'm like, dude, you're not... It doesn't work that way. What are you doing? Yeah, I noticed there's just kind of a haphazard placement of minerals in StarCraft Vanilla, probably because they were still figuring out how the game worked. No, you're absolutely right. In this exact case, I can see the gap. I could actually have a 4th SCV, and it would be perfectly viable to do so. Let's go ahead and do that. But let's actually move forward on the mission, because I need to talk about the air thing. Let's grab you.
Orders received.
Let's grab you.
Affirmative.
Let's grab you. Drifting is actually exactly what I want to talk about, but there's a couple of unique things about drifting, and I want to talk about air units in general. This is our first mission where we actually have access to air units. Yeah, exactly, Blade 12. As someone already pointed out in chat, it was Roman Cure. In Brood War, they started getting a lot smarter about the exact positioning of minerals and Vespene in a way that would just kind of lend itself towards efficiency.
Add-on complete.
So you already know how the comsats work, but let's talk about this briefly. So while we're here, let's talk about Fog of War. Very, very good, Kira White Noise. Yes, we're on Antigua Prime. Set you down here. Set you down here.
Upgrade complete.
And set you over here. And set you over here. 4 should be sufficient. I want you to go back and start getting me some supply. So, yeah, the computer cheats with the comsat super hard. Let me use an example. Let's say that I've got a cloaked unit, and I attack them with a cloaked unit. The computer will instantly comm-scan that spot to detect the cloaked unit. The computer cheats a lot in StarCraft 1. It's something that was actually a goal of theirs to remove when it came to StarCraft 2. Hi, Judo Joker. I'm sorry I didn't put any research into this game, and I have no will to play it and no will to talk about the lore. So, Fog of War. I know this is basic. Most people here probably know what this is, but I have been asked many times to not assume such a thing. So, I want 3. Yes. Do I have enough for that? I do not. I'm getting there. Fog of War is this stuff right here. This is a perfect example because all 3 types of Fog of War are visible on the screen right now. There's where you can currently see. We have vision here.
This is under attack.
Christ sakes. Go ahead, Commander. I don't have time for you. Go away.
Sounds fine.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, there's places where you currently have visibility. That's obvious. There's places where you have been, but do not have current visibility, so you can see the terrain. And then there's places where you don't have any idea what there is at all. Those are the 3 layers of visibility and fog of war. I shouldn't have to go too much further into detail on that, but you get the general gist of it just by that. It's one of the reasons why several of these missions will deliberately put... Really, Twitch? Come on, Twitch. Work with me here.
Anytime you're ready.
Yes, sir?
Anyways, it's one of the reasons why so many missions will go out of the way to give you like a little bit of visibility on a spot, because by sheer virtue of the fact that you do not have any extra units up there, it will it'll just give you an idea of what you're looking at terrain-wise, right? So you can have a bit of a vibe on what you're working towards and where your target is, that kind of a thing, right? And then, of course, the total unknown is exactly what it's there for. Now, there's a lot of ways to scout in StarCraft 1, but since we're playing Terrans, we will talk about the comset. I've already kind of shown this off a little bit, but you can do stuff like this. And now we can see... So the comset gives you temporary immediate visibility, which also bypasses cloak. And then, of course, it only lasts for a few seconds, because once that invisible doodad, that invisible bunny is removed, now we have an idea of where we're going. So there's our destination right there. So now we have an idea of what we're doing. Cool. Looks like I have enough. 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 1, 2.
Orders, Captain? Yes, sir? Affirmative.
So that's visibility, and fog of war and all that fun stuff. Upgraded. That's already doing its thing. I don't care about cloaking, and you guys are just tanks.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Here. And we'll land you right here just in case we need you.
Unacceptable landing zone.
Rate the waiting launch orders.
I just mentioned that. So Blizzard has this thing with bunnies. I actually forget where it started. WoW, for example, is built on bunnies. That's not a joke. Okay, let's go ahead and pop the rest of the zones here. So we kind of get an idea. And now we get a little bit of an idea with the base.
You want a piece of me, boy?
And so, obviously, building structures, at least as they were, tend to be visible afterwards. So now we can see they at least had a command center and several supply depots there.
Piece of me, boy. The waiting launch orders.
Now, we know they had a Goliath down here. We don't know what Goliaths are yet. What's supposed to happen in this mission is you're supposed to be like, okay, well, I need dropships and I need wraiths in order to cross this channel. There is no other way to cross the channel. Built-in tutorialization. Cool. And then you're supposed to send your troops, your ships across, and you're supposed to run into that Goliath, who is going to then shred you, and their wraiths as well. And you're going to start to learn how anti-air works. You'll notice I'm building up before I do that. I remember distinctly the first time I did this mission, and I was like, yeah, I got this. And I sent over like 3 wraiths. They died in seconds.
Standing by.
They melted.
Reporting in. Attack formation.
So, there's 3 things I want to talk about with regards to air units. So first and foremost, you'll notice that the same pathfinding actually applies to them. They are maintaining the same formation despite everything.
Upgrade complete.
Okay, so that's the first thing. However,
Roger.
if I was to go ahead and grab, I don't know, Raynor up here and start doing this,
Right on.
notice that goes away instantly. They are no longer trying to maintain their formation at all. And they just kind of group up in one single unit. This actually is very useful for some specific strategies, because even though you lose a unit to accomplish this... Are we fine? Oh, no, we're fine. Even though you lose a unit in order to accomplish that, it allows you to micro that unit and have much, much greater control over where these wraiths are, because they're all in one very, very tight bundle. Make sense?
You want a piece of me, boy?
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you ever want to go mass muties, this is how you do it. The second thing I wanted to talk about is drifting, which you're watching happen right now.
Sounds fun.
So, there's something, this actually is still true in World of Warcraft, by the way. There's something, I call it drifting. I don't know what the actual proper term is. And drifting is when the units have an inclination to not be in each other's hitboxes, even though they have no collision with each other. And so you notice they're still drifting. They're still just trying to drifting out and drifting out and drifting out, and you can see how that can lead to problems. See? So drifting is something you kind of have to accommodate for. Hang on, so let's do this. Do this. There we go. So now we got the clump again. Try to clump up a little bit better. So yeah, there's obvious reasons why they do it. It's so you can see what you're looking at. It's so you can select individually better. And I feel like there's actually a third reason, which I can't remember right now. But either way, drifting, ironically, is something you have to work around instead of something that is automatically in the favor of the player. Yeah, they limit the drifting much more in StarCraft 2. As you just saw in StarCraft 1, they can drift pretty far, and that's why I did that like that, to demonstrate that. But the third and final thing I want to talk about air units is air units are the best units in StarCraft 1 by sheer virtue of the fact that they don't have pathfinding. So, you know, drifting in WoW, we will talk about this when we get there. Drifting in WoW is why tanking kind of sucks when you're tanking large groups in WoW. Because, I guess I can explain this very, very quickly. So let's say you're a tank here, and you're fighting this whole group.
Your forces are under attack.
Do you mind? I'm trying to talk about something here. Anyways, so if you're a tank and you're trying to tank a whole group, your attacks only hit, like, several of your attacks only hit, like, either right in front of you or a cone in front of you, and the enemies actually can bypass your block and your parry if they're hitting behind you, and the crit chance changes. So there's all kinds of reasons why you want your enemies to be right in front of you. But if you pull a bunch of people and then they drift, it becomes harder and harder to control them, especially since as they drift further and further out, the AoEs get less effective because AoEs only have so much range. That's for DPS and for tanks. So drifting can suck in WoW. Moving on. So let's talk about air. Air units are just kind of better in StarCraft 1, not because they have better stats, not because they are more useful, not because of any other reason than the pathfinding. The reason why you tend to see mass mutas and guardians if you're playing StarCraft, or playing Zerg, excuse me, is because they're air units. This is thankfully extremely not true in StarCraft 2. As was mentioned earlier, every unit, to some extent or another, still retains a degree of usefulness throughout the course of those games. But here, you'll probably see me lean on air more than not, simply by virtue of the fact that they completely bypass pathfinding. So all the irritations with, like, this little ramp here, they completely bypass that. They don't have to worry about running into each other or having to walk around each other, and they can just kind of focus fire and be used and controlled more correctly. I agree with that on Falkenstein, especially with proper medic support. So, air units kind of accidentally are better. Now, I'm pretty sure they knew that to some extent or another, because almost every air unit in the game kind of sucks at attacking ground. There are 3 exceptions to that. There's basically an artillery ship for all 3 factions. The Overlord, the Battlecruiser, and the Carrier. And even those are kind of... yeah, exactly, Terra. So, even though we have 11 wraiths, this is not... sorry, Guardian. I didn't mean to say Overlord. Overlord's the food unit. Even though these wraiths absolutely suck at anti-ground, this is still probably our best bet here. So, speaking of which...
Right on. This should be good. Right on.
Now, a really, really common trick, which you just saw me use, is to try and focus fire in specificity, like that. What I'm doing is I'm shift-clicking the entire group to attack a specific unit at a time. Specifically shift-clicking because that's queuing orders. What that means is the entire group focus fires one thing, and then another thing, and then another thing, and then another thing. I know that sounds really, really basic for several of you, especially because a lot of you probably know how RTSs work. Believe it or not, that was the kind of thing I didn't even really learn how to do properly until StarCraft 2 came along. So you can go ahead and make fun of me for that. I'll accept it. You see how the other problem with Wraiths is they're pretty weak. they don't have a particularly large amount of health, and they don't have a particularly large amount of ability to do anything about attackers other than just try and focus fire them down, unless they're anti-air. Wraiths are very good anti-air, but the problem is, well, there's not a lot of enemy air here. There's a lot of enemy ground. You'll notice how we've also provoked the enemy. So the AI in this game is actually fascinating, because 1, 2, 3, 4. It's pseudo-unpredictable. And I say it that way because there's certain degrees to which it can be predicted. But in general, the AI can do whatever the hell they want to do. Sometimes you'll attack a particular base and the enemy will just completely ignore you. Sometimes it will set off a specific trigger and change how the AI is functioning. Sometimes the AI will then wake up, for lack of a better way to put that, and then just like start throwing stuff at you, yeah, poking the bear in other words, and so forth and so on. There's lots of different things the AI can do, and I honestly think that it kind of varies, because StarCraft and Blizzard games in general tend to be very, very, very heavy on scripting. Almost everything in these missions is all script-based and all trigger-based. It's actually one of the reasons I understand the mission so well, is because it's one of the few bits of programming that I'm pretty good at. So it's possible that there's just triggers and scripts that are all just kind of bouncing into each other, and that leads to the aforementioned pseudo-unpredictability. So at a glance, we can see they've sent 4 Marines to reinforce that spot. Oh, we're in trouble now. And there's those wonderful vulture mines, by the way. Right there. Those things can do 125 damage when they go off.
Rainer here. Anytime.
There we go.
Job's finished.
Roger.
I read you.
In general, yes, Nugo. Although, as I've mentioned before, I'm kind of an idiot. So I would not call myself an expert at all when it comes to programming. I'm better at programming design than programming language, if that makes any sense.
Go ahead.
You want me to actually outline how the program should work? How the code should work? No problem. You want me to sit down and actually code it? That's your job.
This is Jimmy.
Oh yeah, I should talk about that. That's actually, you know what? That's a weird, like, I don't know if I should call it a quality of life feature. Good minimap too, while we're on it. Actually, this is a very good minimap. Hey Ross. So, you probably didn't even notice that I did it, because I did it so automatically, but if you tap space, it goes to whatever the most recent event trigger is. In this case, we're under attack. So it just automatically... It's a great way to instantly get the camera up to where it needs to go. Now, there are ways to break that, and there are ways that it doesn't always work, but it's still a really nice quality of life feature to quickly be able to, like, oh crap! The minimap itself is actually pretty damn good, in my opinion. So there's actually, first of all, you can get rid of the terrain entirely if you want to. And it's fully color-coded. Obviously, green is us, white is them in this case. Any other colors would also be them. Resources are teal. It's kind of light teal here. You can actually see the terrain. That's actually effectively a screenshot of the actual terrain of the map right there. And you can, of course, just click around on the minimap like this in order to instantly go to spots. You can also, of course, just use double tap a control group. So I've got them bound to 1 right now. So if I just double tap 1, it immediately sends me back down to where my 1 control group is.
Transmit.
All some fairly basic stuff, but honestly, some of these things were kind of new at the time. And it does generally lend the game towards being more playable than, frankly, several other RTSs, both before and after this, would be. Okay. Let's go ahead and finish this off. Actually, no. Let's do this really quick. And then, where's my... There you are. Come here. Where'd the other one go? Oh, I'm leaving it up there. Right. Come on.
Yes, sir.
You can also just scroll the map like this, and you can adjust the scroll speed if you feel like it. Really, Yura? That's interesting. But, look. It looks cool. I mean, I think it looks cool. I mean, if you want it to look like crap, one last time. Let's do it. One last time. Let's make the game look like crap. Here we go. Behold the glory, the power, Honestly, I've seen worse sprite work than this, but man, that's just it doesn't look that bad. I've seen worse, but man, that's just night and day, honestly. Oops. Oh yeah, there we go. That's the stuff. All right, let's drop you.
Yes, sir? Go ahead, HQ.
This is Jimmy.
Yes, sir?
This is Jimmy.
Okay, so we're gonna send over one of the factories first. We get one of the mines in. They're not happy that we did that. I'm wondering, why did we send the factory over? To tank. To absorb some initial hits. Factories can actually take a lot of health, or a lot of damage. And frankly, you're probably going to see me use factories as tanks more often than not. Oh god, yes, please, Adrock. Although, no, I'm going to take that back. I don't want that. And I know that sounds strange, but it's because I want a remake of Warcraft 2. Warcraft 2 is a much more problematic game.
Go ahead, Commander.
Warcraft 2 needs some gameplay changes, in my opinion. Oh yeah, by the way, if you take out a dropship, everything that was on board dies instantly.
Sounds fun. Right on. This should be good. Right on. Sounds fun. This is Jimmy. Raider here.
Yeah, a human player probably wouldn't give a damn about it. I'm gonna go ahead and be honest, I do not know how to PvP in this game. I never did, and I never will. I'm okay with that, though. You know me, I just have no interest in PvP. Yeah, Starcraft 1 has issues, but it is still a playable, functional, fun game. Warcraft 2... it's just... I mean, okay, so someone asked earlier, and I meant to turn back into this. Someone asked earlier if you can run out of resources in StarCraft 1. The answer is technically yes, but practically speaking, no. You're not going to run dry in a StarCraft map. In Warcraft 2, they had so little proper design going on that it is actually within the reasonability to run out of resources, even if you're doing nothing wrong. Because wood and gold were very finite in Warcraft 2, and in many cases, flat out not designed. So there are maps in Warcraft 2 where it's best to save at like a certain point in the mission, and then build your army, try, and if you fail, reload the save because you have just failed the mission. You do not have the resources to make another go of it. And yeah, oil, oh god, don't even get me on that. Yeah, so, yeah, Warcraft 2 could use a polishing pass, is what I'm trying to say.
Orders, Captain?
They're probably about thinking right now, what about Warcraft 1? Well, real talk, I don't remember. Warcraft 3 doesn't have that issue, no. They solved that issue by Starcraft 1, so... Alright. I guess I could just go win the mission now. I should probably stop screwing around. I apologize, let's stop screwing around. Warcraft 1. Warcraft 1 is Warcraft 1. I think that's all we need to be said there.
Rock and roll.
So let's go sacrifice some units to Slaanesh here really quick. So that's what a Vulture Mine does. As you can see, nice big AoE, and it does a crap ton of damage. Mines are mean if used properly, and they're one of the reasons why Reavers suck. We'll get there. Oh yeah, we'll talk about upkeep someday. Whenever we review Warcraft 3, the real version. Hey, Lilimloss. Thank you for pointing that issue out with the VOD. I didn't even notice.
This is Jimmy.
So I guess I don't actually have to be sitting here. So the main base is actually covered
Base is under attack.
in anti-air defenses. But at this point, we're probably fine, honestly.
This should be good. Sounds fun. Yeah. You want a piece of me, boy? Right on. Sounds fun. Go ahead, Commander.
Yeah, we have yet to review a Warcraft game. Have you thought about that?
You want a piece of me, boy? Jacked up and good to go.
No, I actually have my physical disc for Warcraft 3. The problem is getting it into streamable format, which I'm pretty sure I can do. Just haven't really done the prep work for that yet. Oh, I can use this. I don't know, I kind of like the idea of reviewing Warcraft 1 just for historical significance, but then again, I am crazy.
Piece of me, boy. Jacked up and good to go, Commander.
Input coordinates.
Well, it was also reforged 5, so...
Hang on, we're in for some chop.
I should also mention that even though there's obviously food limitations in StarCraft 1, there's also unit size limitations. So there's some interesting thought about how these interlock. One dropship can carry 8 Marines, which means, what, you need 3 dropships, I think, to carry 2 control groups? 24? Yeah, that sounds right.
Job's finished.
I'm right. So 2 dropships to carry, 3 dropships to carry 2 control groups. Jesus, get your numbers right, Laura. And there's kind of a lot of interlocking with regards to that, because you can only control 12 units at once, which sucks. Unless you start getting into the bigger stuff. Goliaths take 2 slots and tanks take 4. So you actually have to have a lot more dropships in order to carry much heavier things, which makes a degree of sense, but also means that you're kind of limited on what you do where and how, but it also means there's some interlocking in, for example, setting up defenses and whatnot. So, for example, 1 dropship means 2 bunkers, to put it into other terminology. There's a lot of interplay like that, which I will not bore you with the specifics of. Until it comes up. Try not to front load too much on this run, since I'm focused a little bit more on the gameplay side than I was during the lore run, since the purpose of a lore run is primarily story.
You want a piece of me, boy? You want a piece of me, boy?
Things don't mind me.
Destination? Buckle up.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Yeah, the Hydralisk is the, the Hydralisk is in the Night Elf campaign of Warcraft 3, am I right? Am I remembering that correctly?
You want a piece of me, boy?
Trap yourself in,
Piece of me, boy?
In the 5x5x5.
Give me something to shoot. Go, go, go. Let's move. You want a
You
piece?
see what I mean? Even just moving across an open terrain, they naturally lend themselves towards getting into a line.
Outstanding.
Your forces are under attack.
Outstanding. Piece of me, boy. Rock and roll. Go, go, go. Outstanding. Commander. Outstanding. Go, go, go. Jacked up and good to go. Let's move. Outstanding.
Yeah, viscerality. Good thing to bring up. Not sure how many we'll get there. But this isn't audio spam. This is audio spam.
Outstanding. Rock and roll. Standing by.
Knocking out our colonial oppressors, kinda literally. Naturally, they're named the Confederacy because they're the bad guys. In case you thought we were being too subtle there for you.
Jacked up and good to go.
Oh man, until we get to some real units. Whoop, 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 back up, back up. We drifted a bit, we drifted a bit.
Outstanding. Rock and roll. Standing by.
You know the best part? You just kill the noise like that. Just a hotkey. I don't remember when they started using the Control-S, Control-M, but that is burned into my brain. Victory. So, like it or not, I think this is a legitimately well-designed mission. It's not great, I've seen better. But the Antigua Prime mission is, once again, it's a good tutorial, and it introduces the concepts of air, dropship, anti-air, as well as having to navigate the terrain. And it does it not by having someone pop in and say, in order to attack across the river, you're going to require dropships. Dropships are units that can... No, it's just the level design and the mission design does everything it needs to. The enemy will periodically soft attack you, just periodically, just to remind you that it's there. They will send dropships after you, which will drop troops. And you cannot reach them physically. You have to actually use air units to reach them. And they have a little, like they have their main base, but then they've got their little expansion over there on the side, which is deliberately weaker, but when you provoke it, they will always go and defend that base. So you can't send a small force over there, but it is a much better beachhead than the actual main base, which is completely surrounded by turrets. You're naturally guided into understanding a lot of concepts just by virtue of the mission design, plus the gameplay. Meanwhile... the Zerg, right?
It appears that the Confederates are in a state of panic about the Antiguan revolt. I'm picking up a high number of Confederate transmissions going back and forth between their outposts and their headquarters on Tarsonis. Most of the transmissions are heavily coded, but wait, here's something.
There's a General Duke calling from Alpha Squadron flagship NORAD 2. We've crash-landed and are being hit hard by the Zerg. Request immediate backup from anyone receiving this signal. Repeat, this is a Priority 1 distress call.
Zerg? Here? Serves them right. About time they got a taste of what it's like to be in there mixing it up.
Jim, I want you to move in and save that base.
I'm positive I didn't hear that right.
Arcturus, have you lost your mind?
Listen, I know Duke's a cold-hearted bastard, but an entire colony shouldn't have to suffer for that. Besides, a Confederate general could prove to be a powerful ally. This is an opportunity we cannot miss.
I don't like this at all.
I'm not asking you to like it. I'm asking you to do it.
Yes, sir.
Great. Let's get this over with.
Yeah, so Mengsk is Mengsk. One of my favorite characters of all time. And he's awesome. And he perfectly lines this up, really. His argument is perfect. There's no reason to let the entire base suffer just because of him, so go help them out. You'll also notice that this is the first time that the mentality Odin is much worse, in my opinion, but Balderstein. The mentality is still definitely focused on the Confederacy. Like, they're still the primary focus, but the Zerg are just kind of slowly building in the background. They've been there since literally the first mission, but their presence is slowly building up in the background, which makes perfect sense, because in lore, we're only seeing the outermost edges of the swarm here.
Anytime you're ready.
Go rescue this base.
Sounds fun. Right on. This should be good.
So, just in case you haven't seen it before, this is your tutorial for the fact that red units burn to death. So, we rush over to save that really quick, just to get it into the yellow.
Reporting for duty.
This is kind of a base mission. You know, you've got a base, they've got a base. With a couple of caveats.
Not enough minerals.
We also want to get this the hell out of the front line here.
Your forces are under attack.
That ship won't last long against those Zerg.
So, you can actually hold out forever here.
Good to go, sir.
But,
Yes, sir.
yeah.
Jacked up and good to
Get
go.
hold up a little bit here. This is also when we get introduced to the Goliaths on our side, which we'll talk about. But yes, every Terran mission rotates the same soundtrack, just like every Zerg mission, and so forth and so on.
Roger that. I read you.
Okay. I'll quickly use
This
here.
is Jimmy. Standing by. Jacked up and good to go.
So, Goliaths. You will not see me use Goliaths very often. They've got a lot more health, triple the health of a standard Marine, slightly better armor, decent ground attack, and great anti-air. So anybody in chat, tell me, why will you not see me using Goliaths very often?
Confirmed. Anytime you're ready.
Orders, Captain?
Because Korea! No, it's because pathfinding. It's because the pathfinding. Goliaths and Dragoons are the worst offenders for pathfinding in this entire game. No, I'm going to walk that back. They're the second worst. Because I usually forget about Ultralisks.
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Yeah, they have such terrible pathfinding.
Confirmed.
It's hard to even put it into words. I will actually go out of my way to use Goliaths on this mission just so I can showcase how bad that nonsense is. There are no Thors or Odins in this game, no. The biggest unit the Terrans get on the ground would be the tank, the siege tank. Jesus, Techno's World, I was literally just getting up to bow and say thank you. And you're like, no! Yes! Yeah, even siege tanks, this is so strange. Siege tanks actually are easier to maneuver than Goliaths, which shouldn't make sense, but it's true. And I don't actually know the specific reason why. I could speculate. I think it has to do with the nature of how the hitboxes interact with each other, because Goliaths have weird interlocking hitboxes, and tanks don't. But yeah, no, Goliaths are really good on the defense, and they're extremely good anti-air. As was pointed out, they are, for all intents and purposes, this thing right here, except mobile. In lore, siege tanks are nice and big. Like, really big. Like, they're tanks.
Yes, sir.
I know, this is shocking.
Right away, sir.
Let's see, I want...
Orders, Captain?
Yeah, they're turrets with an anti-ground and mobile. They have a little bit less health, and they do the same damage.
Systems
That's cool.
functional.
SCV good to go, sir.
Go ahead, TACOM.
I'm sure most of you probably are aware of the real size mod for StarCraft 2, but if you're not, I recommend looking it up sometime, because there's lore documents for all kinds of sizes of these things, and how big and how small they are, and all kinds of fun stuff like that. So you can really see how hilariously misrepresented they are in gameplay. Speaking of which, this is as good a time as any to give this game the negative that we actually have precedence for, believe it or not. And that precedence is from Warcraft 3. But first I needed to say thank you to Techno's World. So that was way too many subs. So that's going to be this much. And that's going towards, you already told me, I saw it, Yakuza 0, and Yakuza Kiwami 2, and just for the hell of it, we'll also put that towards Yakuza 3. Why not? Let's do it. Thank you, Techno's World, very, very, very much. I do always appreciate. Thank you. You rock.
Standing by.
So, yeah. Have you ever noticed how in World of Warcraft the bosses are bigger than you?
Piece of me, boy.
Now, it's if you say no, that's acceptable. I'm not going to judge you for that.
Right away, sir. Affirmative.
Because I know several people who never actually noticed this little particular thing. Quirk of World of Warcraft. But, like, you'll see... I can't really showcase this properly. Yeah, FF14 does the same thing, for the same reason. You'll see, like, a dude who's just a normal old dude, but because they're in a raid, they're, like, 20 feet tall, right? The reason is partially a byproduct of the RTS design. It's readability. It's so you can always see the mob. It's so that when the boss, who is just a normal human, is being attacked by 20 other normal-sized people swarming around him, it's so you can always see the boss, and more importantly, see what they're doing, right? Because what kind of animations they're doing and how they're about to attack can inform what you should do next. It's a part of gameplay. So they need to be bigger because you need to be able to see them. Ironically, the exact opposite is the thing that's going on here within Starcraft and also Warcraft 3. The units are smaller because it's all about readability and visibility. It's all for purposes of gameplay.
Right away, sir.
Let's start getting this going here.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Roger that.
Here.
Reporting for duty.
Okay. Let's do this really quick. Yeah, exactly. Like, you're standing next to Jaina Proudmoore, who is a completely normal human being, who's like 5'3", and she's up there, right? It's like, okay. What? Yeah, I've actually poked at the real scale mod, and it's neat, but it's a little ridiculous. Now, anybody who's seen my StarCraft lore run knows I actually posited the idea of doing my own real scale mod one day, and I just never had the time to do it. I'm not saying they stole my idea horribly, which they totally did. I'm kidding.
This is Jimmy.
It is something... I can prove this. I have bought evidence of this. It was something I've been considering for a long time. I'm sure I'm not the only one. Okay. Let's factory it up, shall we? I said I'd go Goliath, and I'm going to go Goliath. Here. Actually, no, go here. Not yet. We've got some Vespine, which means we should be able to start actually doing some repairs here. No, not you, not you.
Commander.
I read you.
Let's repair the damn NORAD, too, so it stops being on fire.
Go ahead, TACOM.
Well, that's kind of what I was thinking, Tara. Like, I like the idea of an RTS which is designed from the ground up to be more realistic about sizes. Not that I dislike their decision in StarCraft and StarCraft 2. In fact, I approve of it completely. But I do like the idea of a game where you build up throughout the game to get one battlecruiser, and that battlecruiser is like, you know... Yeah, Supreme Commander is actually where I got the idea from. No joke on that.
I read you.
One machine shop going.
Channel open.
Reporting for duty.
Base is under attack.
I actually have Roman Cure, although I have not completed a match. So I'm not what you'd call an expert. I have just poked at it. I mean, I was really hopeful for Planetary Annihilation, and then I was very much disappointed by that. Any of you actually play that game, Planetary Annihilation?
Add-on complete.
I just was not super impressed with that game. Yeah, I've never actually gone back to it and really dug into it more. Maybe it's better, I don't know, maybe it's better. But yeah, it felt It honestly felt like Total Annihilation, but with slightly better graphics. And that sounds like a good thing, but it isn't. Because Supreme Commander was a nice step forwards from Total Annihilation, and thus Planetary Annihilation is a step backwards. I do agree Titans made it better. The very concept of Titan units is kind of what I was just talking about. But still. Very sad about that one. I was hoiped.
Anytime you're ready.
Okay, so we're basically good now. We have locked down our defenses, and Duke is going to be fine because we have the resources to keep them repaired and happy. So we're just going to chill for a minute until we get our Goliath swarm going.
Orders, Captain?
You're going to see the glory.
I read you.
Oh yeah, that's all. You can also blow up planets in that game, but it's not as cool as that should be. I think is how I want to describe that. Let's do it over here.
Job's finished.
And, you know, another feature I kind of miss, and by kind of I mean absolutely miss from StarCraft 2? Idle Workers Indicator. And Selector. I have said before that the reason I got good, and Tara can back me up on this, I am actually good at StarCraft 2. I'm not the best, you know, there are better than me. But I'm actually good at StarCraft 2. But the reason I've said for many years I got good at StarCraft 2 instead of 1 is because StarCraft 2 is a better game. StarCraft 2 just allows for more by sheer virtue of having more control over your units, over your economy, over the specifics of who's interacting with what and where and how. My opinion.
Reporting for duty.
I mean, we could do a sweep of this mission, which is honestly my default approach. That first. Yeah, Queens. I don't like casters in general in StarCraft 1. Even though the casters are hilariously broken in StarCraft 1. Queens can just kill ground units. Just point to a ground unit and said, you're dead. They can just do that.
Orders received. Roger that.
Defilers have near infinite mana, if you use them right, and the ability to kind of destroy an entire army while also making ranged units, which is a huge amount of units in this game, completely invalid. Like, that's casters in this game.
I read you. I read you. Affirmative.
I would agree with that, Tara. The Protoss slugs, I mean...
Channel open. Go ahead, TACOM.
I will also say one thing StarCraft 2 gets better than StarCraft 1, which is kind of down to unit design, is mixed armies are almost always going to be better in StarCraft 2. I mean, the very concept of a death ball is you have a bunch of units which all cover each other's weaknesses. In StarCraft 1, it's almost always better to single rush. You know, all mutas, all hydralisks, all battlecruisers, all marines, etc. There's some exceptions to that, to be sure, but you get the general vibe there.
Yes, sir. Orders received.
I did not. Let's go ahead and do that real quick.
Yes, sir. Orders received.
Your forces are under attack.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Yes, sir. Reporting for duty.
You want a piece of me?
What do you mean, Roman Kier?
Orders, Captain?
I mean, leapfrogging is always just fun. It's just all acknowledge that.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Reporting for duty.
Do you mind clarifying, Von Falkenstein?
Right away, sir.
Just really quick.
Yes,
You want a
sir.
piece of me, boy?
Reporting for duty.
Upgrade complete.
Oh, I didn't. Did I not? Oh, whatever.
Commander.
Oh, gotcha. Combat units that do not have the ability to attack, and therefore their AI will automatically default to running. I getcha. That's what I was. I was confused because I happened to be selecting an SCV when you said that, and I'm like, but SCVs can attack. In fact, worker rushing is a really, really common harassment strategy. But I see what you're talking about now. That's already done. Jeez, yeah, that was a bit ago, Mr. Red. I hope you get it. Get a good one. Speaking of which, what are you getting? Which faction is my favorite to play in StarCraft 1?
Go ahead, TACOM.
I don't know.
Acknowledged, HQ.
Unlike StarCraft 2, where they're all good, but it's Terran. I'm not sure for StarCraft 1. I never really locked in. When I used to do random maps, I would just pick random. Like I would be like, yeah, whatever. I'll go with whatever. I don't care.
Comlink online.
Well, let me know what you get, Mr. Red.
I read you.
And you have to send pics, or else it didn't happen, obviously. Oh, I guess I could do that,
Job
too.
finished. I read you. I read you. I read you.
Comlink online.
Let's see how our group of Goliaths do, shall we?
A piece of me, boy.
Which story do I enjoy best? No, let's keep ourselves in vanilla.
Target designated.
Terran, there's no question there.
Acknowledged, HQ.
I do like the meaty sound of the Goliath's guns, by the way. Listen to that.
Acknowledged, HQ.
Those sound like guns.
Base is under attack.
Go ahead, TACOM. Acknowledged, a piece of me, boy.
Job finished.
Upgrade complete.
Piece of me, boy. Acknowledged, HQ. Confirmed.
Upgrade complete.
Target designated.
Let's go.
Channel open. Confirmed. Navcom locked. Commander, give me something to shoot.
Orders, Captain? Affirmative. Roger that.
Comlink online. Channel open.
Can't quite tell.
Confirmed.
Oh well.
Add-on complete.
It says twin autocannons in the description. So based on that, I've got nothing.
Navcom locked.
Now you're probably thinking the Goliaths are making a hell of a sweep of things, and you're kind of right. But you've probably noticed every single time I send them after something, at least half of the group doesn't engage in the battle. Have you caught that? There's actually a way around that. It's you just have smaller control groups, which is not a good solution, but it is a way to do it. So we could just do this, and have them be like the front group and the rear group, and then we just kind of split them up manually like this.
Go ahead, TACOM.
This way we can actually focus more of our firepower simultaneously. Like that. I got into this habit very, very early because when I first started playing StarCraft, the first... Yeah, Korean-friendly units. The first unit type that I absolutely adhered to was the Dragoon. And you pretty much have to do the smaller unit group thing in order for that to be viable.
Roger that.
This. Two over here. Not that we need it, but, yeah, you never know. Why do I keep hitting C to scan? Is that what the hotkey is in StarCraft 2?
You want a piece of me, boy?
Or am I just a moron? Okay, it is C in StarCraft 2. My muscle memory is screwing me over here. That's funny.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Affirmative.
Base is under attack.
Orders, Captain?
Jacked up and good to go.
That's a good question. Who are we fighting right now?
Job's finished.
Oh, it's not going to tell me. It'll tell us on the control screen. We'll see who this is in a minute.
Job's finished.
Duke's fine. He's taken 2 damage. He's fine.
Calling online. Go ahead, TACOM.
We'll talk more about some of the, like, there's several mechanics I've been deliberately not talking about yet because I want to talk about them more later, like creep, for example.
Systems functional. Comlink online.
Alright, I could attack them, but I have to go down a ramp to do it. Not sure I can manage that.
I read you.
Wish me luck.
Comlink online. Target designated. Go ahead, TACOM. Target designated.
Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. There will be casualties.
Your forces are under attack.
Systems functional. Channel open. Comlink online.
We did it! We're down the ramp.
Channel open.
Your forces are under attack.
Target designated. Go ahead, TACOM. Channel open. TACOM locked. Confirmed.
Yeah, we'll talk more about priority targeting in StarCraft 2, where it matters a bit more.
Go ahead, TACOM. Channel open.
We lose there. 4? That's not terrible.
Job's finished.
Your forces are under attack.
Channel open. Systems functional.
5.
Go ahead, TACOM. Systems functional. Comlink online. Systems functional. Goliath online. Go ahead, TACOM. Systems functional. Go ahead, TACOM. Confirmed.
Excuse me. I know, right? Look at that creep. Look at it. Gross.
Online. Systems functional. Confirmed. Target designated. Go ahead, TACOM.
Your forces are under attack.
Comlink online. Go ahead, TACOM. Confirmed. Go ahead, TACOM. Systems functional. Go ahead, TACOM.
Sunkens, am I right?
Go ahead, TACOM. Comlink online. Systems functional. Comlink online.
Yeah, Sunkens are weird. When I was a kid playing this, a teenager playing this, I was like, oh man, Sunken colonies suck. Because I was a moron.
I can't build there.
Sunken colonies are mean. They attack fast, they hit hard, they have decent range, and they're pretty tanky.
Goliath
Your forces are under attack.
So there's Garm. I recognize Orange.
Comlink online.
Yeah, static defenses got nerfed into the ground in Warcraft 3 because, you know, cannon rushing was a real thing in Starcraft 1.
Goliath online.
Watch, we're both wrong, Loner.
I read you.
Channel open.
I mean, the Goliath without the pathfinding problems is actually a death machine, so that kind of makes a degree of sense. How are we looking? Oh, perfect. That's actually what I wanted to happen.
Reporting for duty.
Weirdly enough.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Roger that.
Comlink online. Go ahead, TACOM. Comlink online.
Did I lose another one? Oh, it's not.
Go ahead, TACOM.
Let's see.
Channel open.
Reporting for duty.
Channel open.
Repair, my minions! Repair. Well, see, the thing is, in StarCraft 1, static defenses can completely destroy an entire enemy force by itself. In Warcraft 3, static defenses can blunt an oncoming force long enough for your actual defenses, which is usually a mobile force, to deal with it. I do agree with the general consensus that they nerfed them too much, but I get why they did it. Oh, I know. Auto-casting. Auto-casting was such a quality of life change. Like, that was a sea change for me. Oh, man. I can't even overemphasize that. Here, go, like, make minerals out.
Systems functional.
Okay, let's go. So there's a billion defenses up here, so let's head up here.
Go ahead, TACOM.
See how long it takes them to get there. Yeah, I believe Brood War did introduce auto-casting, but let's be clear, Warcraft 3 took auto-casting and ran with it. Or, if I could use my own terminology, Warcraft 3 codified auto-casting. I'm pretty sure auto-casting predates, hell, even Brood War. I'm not sure what, because I remember looking this up at one point in time and thinking, oh, wow. 3. What do I mean by auto-casting? No problem. Let's explain. So, let's say I've got a bunch of SCVs here. SCVs can repair, which is this button right here. So, let's say I've got a bunch of Goliaths, which they can repair, and they're all damaged. All I have to do is move the SCV near the Goliaths, and the SCV will be like, hang on, I can repair these people. And they'll go around and start repairing them on their own. All I have to do is have them sitting there. In fact, you will probably see me use a strategy where I have a patrol line of repairers in StarCraft 2. That's auto-casting. Auto-casting has to use a bit of smart targeting and smart decision-making, and it can also be toggled. You can right-click it so they stop doing it automatically. But being able to automatically cast slow or heal or resurrect undead corpse into minions, you know, stuff like that. That's the kind of stuff that they added in Warcraft 3, and it was awesome. The Bloodlust, it really was a sea change. We just said that, Playable. Yes, medics are technically the first autocasters, but they're the only ones. I shouldn't say it that way. They're the only ones I can think of off the top of my head. Because, and I can demonstrate this, the SCVs do not auto-repair.
Comlink online.
Yes, sir.
Put you over here. Put you over here.
TACOM locked.
But like I said, I feel like even though Warcraft 3 codified autocasting and made it actually a very normal, fundamental, viable part of the part of the strategy, Brood War may or may not have actually introduced it. I feel like there was something else. Does anybody? I keep saying this because I keep feeling like somebody is going to tell me, yeah, it was the such and such that actually really started autocasting. But I will also say Warcraft 3 was a little bit smarter about autocasting targeting. God, they're still, look at these freaking Goliaths. They're still getting up here. A little bit smarter about autocasting targeting.
Comlink online.
Yeah, this is an APM counter. You can see my APM is garbage. I don't care.
Channel open.
I don't care.
Navcom locked.
You want to be elitist, you got to be elitist about something else from around me. Sorry.
Target designated.
You like meatballs.
Your forces are under attack.
Channel open. Go ahead, TACOM. Target designated.
Your forces are under attack.
Channel open. Navcom locked. Go ahead, TACOM.
Ooh, I do like crushed Oreos. You know, I don't actually know. What is a good StarCraft 1 APM? I know StarCraft 2 APM is through the frickin' roof, which I will also not be accomplishing. I continue to not care. But I don't know what the standard is for 1. So I mentioned the strip mining thing, right? Well, obviously I don't strip mine anymore. That's crazy. Actions per minute is what it refers to. Right now I have taken 33, 32, 31 actions over the last minute. I forget how that averages out, but something like that. Alright, so let's...
Channel open. Confirmed.
But APM is supposed to be a measuring stick for how good you are at the game.
Comlink online.
There's debatability there. That's all I'm gonna say.
Systems functional.
In fact, I've actually personally observed people who play this game who just sit there mashing interaction in order to raise their APM.
Go ahead, TACOM.
If I just sit here doing this,
Online.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything. But you notice my APM is just rising and rising,
Go ahead, TACOM.
rising and rising.
Channel open. Systems functional.
I'm not doing anything.
Your forces are under attack.
Comlink online. Systems functional. Confirmed. Channel open. Confirmed.
So now it's time to make the march into hell. We've got Sunkens and we've got Spores. This is a fairly well-defended spot, and we have to get to there. There's actually several ways to do this, but we're going to do the stupid method.
Comlink online.
We're going to do it with Goliath.
Target designated.
Oh my god, Savicom. I think you're right, Adderok. Yeah, do we have tanks? As it happens, we do not. We got Goliath, so we're just going to try and daisy chain up here, and we're going to take more damage from this because we got to get these people up here.
Target designated.
Good news is Goliaths are actually a good unit in terms of stats. So once we get them up here, we're going to be able to accomplish a lot. That's good.
Comlink online.
Your forces are...
Damn it, Savicom.
Go ahead, TACOM. Channel open. Navcom locked.
You know, I feel like I have Savicom, but I can't think of an example off the top of my head, so maybe I haven't.
Comlink online.
We should be good. Come on, Rainer.
Anytime you're ready.
Let's save just in case I'm not good. Just in case. Yeah, high APM is how you ruin your hands. I'm an old man. Can't ruin my hands anymore. I hope so, Savicom. I really do. I know I usually don't have a horse in these races, but man, I hope that game just tanks.
Systems functional.
By the way, did you notice this is our first real base versus base mission with the Zerg? So our first real time fighting the Zerg. Oh yeah, I need dropships too. I always forget about the dropships. God damn, I always forget about the dropships. I don't even have a starport. Okay, you. Come here, come here.
Orders, Captain? Roger that.
A-10 headed Hydra. Well, I'll be right back. Yeah, that actually makes sense. The dropship is there to force you to clear out the anti-air and the defenses. Because you might think, why not just go straight there? Well, as you can see, there is much, much worse directly in the path. You are encouraged to go around, because knocking out 2.5 bases is much easier than going straight through that wall. Although, while we're here,
Online. Channel open.
just to spend the time. We'll get them killed, but I mean, do they really care, honestly? Does anybody care if I kill my own troops for fun? Hey, Pilgrim. We haven't done SCVs yet. Let's do that really quick while we wait.
Your forces are under attack.
Orders, Captain? Reporting for duty. Yes, sir? Come again, Captain? I'm not reading you clearly. You ain't from around here, are you? I can't believe they put me in one of these things.
Add-on complete.
And now I gotta put up with this, too? I told them I was claustrophobic. I gotta get out of here. I'm socked in here tighter than a frog's butt in a watermelon seed pipe. Reporting for duty.
Comlink online. Aircom locked. Comlink online. Acknowledged, HQ. Comlink online.
Tighter than a frog's butt in a watermelon seed contest. Listen, all I said was I'm surprised at how well the Goliaths have been doing. But then again, they're down to 9 from 24.
Acknowledged, HQ.
So I think that says all it needs to.
Channel open. Systems functional.
Can I take your order?
Comlink online. Milspec ED209 on. Checklist protocol initiated. Running level 1 diagnostic. USDA selected. FDIC approved. Checklist completed. SOB. Systems functional.
Go ahead, HQ. I'm listening. Destination? Go ahead, HQ. When removing your overhead luggage, please be careful. In case of a water landing, you may be used as a flotation device. To hurl chunks, please use the vomit bag in front of you. Keep your arms and legs inside until this ride comes to a full and complete stop. I'm listening. Input coordinates. Buckle up.
All right, bring it on. I dig. What do you want? Yeah?
Read the waiting launch orders.
I read you, sir. Something on your mind? Something you wanted? I don't have time to f*** around. You keep pushing me, boy, and I'll scrap you along with the aliens. What do you want?
Reporting in. Transmit coordinates. Standing by. Go ahead, Commander. Last transmission breaking up. Come back. I'm just curious, why am I so good? I gotta get me one of these. You know who the best starfighter in the fleet is? Yours truly. Everybody's gotta die sometime, Red. I am invincible. That's right. Reporting in.
Destination? Strap yourselves in, boys.
You're about the last folks I expected to show up. What's your angle here, Minsk?
Our angle? I'll give you an angle, you slimy Confederate piece of
Jim, enough. I'll handle this. The Confederacy has fallen apart, Duke. Its colonies are in open revolt. The Zerg are rampaging unchecked. What would have happened here today if we hadn't shown up?
Your point?
I'm giving you a choice. You can return to the Confederacy and lose, or you can join us and help save our entire race from being overrun by the Zerg. I don't think it's a difficult decision.
Join forces with you? I'm a general, for God's sake.
A general without an army. I'm offering you a position in my cabinet, not just some backwater post. Don't test my patience, Edmund.
All right, Minsk. You got a deal.
You've made the right choice, General Duke.
I can't believe you're really gonna trust this snake.
Don't worry, Jim. He's our snake now.
You notice he appealed to his morality first, and then actually tried to bribe him. General Duke. Alright, so we lost 31 Goliaths. God, I'm tired. But we killed 170 Zerg. Not a bad ratio.
Commander, our position has been discovered. As of 2 hours ago, a large Confederate strike force arrived on Antigua Prime and established a base camp within our defensive perimeter. Arcturus Mengsk is calling a meeting.
Greetings. I know you're all concerned about the Confederate strike force. But first, we have a grave matter to discuss. It seems our data disks didn't hold weapon designs after all. Lieutenant Kerrigan will explain.
You all know that the Confederates run a program for psychically gifted humans, training them to be ghosts. Those running the program found that the Zerg are attuned to the psychic emanations of ghosts.
So the Zerg are here for you, darling? Huh. This keeps getting better and better.
Shut up. There's been a lot of secret Confederate research surrounding ghosts and the Zerg. What we stole was a small but critical piece of the puzzle. Designs for a transplanar psionic waveform emitter. The emitters broadcast the neural imprint of a ghost, but at a much greater magnitude. These things reach across worlds.
The Confederacy used these psi emitters to lure the Zerg into isolated containment areas. Your colony, Mars Sara Commander, was one such location.
What are you saying?
I'm saying the Zerg are a secret weapon developed by the Confederacy. I'm saying you were all subjects of a Confederate weapons test. Just as they destroyed Korhal with nuclear weapons to establish dominance a generation ago, they would use the Zerg to put an end to their other rivals. Only this time there'd be no outrage. Who could suspect the aliens were their creation? No, they'd be lauded as heroes for coming in and destroying the Zerg. It's time the Confederacy paid for its crimes. And I know just the way. Lieutenant Kerrigan is going to plant an emitter at the Confederate base camp. Commander, you will provide her with an escort. When the Zerg arrive, they'll break the blockade for us and we'll make our escape. Now, get moving.
Yes, Loner. Although I don't remember the exact number, but I'm pretty sure you were quite correct. Okay, so, hang on. Let's say it really quick.
I just don't think anyone deserves to have the Zerg unleashed on them.
I know you have
Insufficient
personal feelings
Vespene
about
gas.
this, but you can't let your past cloud your
Base is
judgment.
under attack.
Carry out your orders, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
This is actually a really interesting and weirdly brilliant mission.
What?
We'll talk about why in a minute, but I want to do something funny first, if that's okay with you guys.
I gotcha. I read you.
Transmit orders.
So we have a Terran science vessel.
Base is under attack.
Orders, Captain?
Greetings, Command.
I read you. Orders received. Roger that.
Your forces are under attack.
Commencing.
Yes, sir. Roger that.
We have you on visual.
Base is under attack.
Reporting for duty. Roger that.
Base is under
And mission complete.
Just promise me we'll never do anything like this again.
We will do whatever it takes to save humanity. Our responsibility is too great to do any less.
Alright, so hang on. We'll do that mission for real. But, the funny thing is you could argue that's a speedrun strat, and it kind of is. But the problem is, it's actually pretty easy to just kind of stumble into that strategy. The game, the vanilla games, the vanilla campaign missions really like to give you something and then let you play with it. This is something they'll take even further in Starcraft 2, where there's entire missions dedicated towards, here's a new unit, play with it. So they like to do that. So they give us a science vessel with full mana right at the beginning of the mission, just ready to go. And yeah, science vessels are pretty freaking awesome. Just like every caster is in this game. So yeah, all you have to do is get that SCV to that spot and you're good. And as you can see, I only needed the one defense matrix too. But let's do the mission for real. Elapsed time 3 seconds. Yeah, we'll do all this. Okay, so hang on. So Terran, I need to look up something anyways while we're here. So the Antigua mission was, looks like 5, and NORAD was 6. Okay, so back to trump card. Okay, so before I hit go, I do want to talk about this mission a little bit, because it's actually a pretty decently designed mission. So the enemy base is reasonably well laid out. Bases, actually. And you have 2 little satellites, which are not very well defended or laid out, and 1 central base, which is actually pretty defensible. The enemy is geared towards attacking you, as was pointed out just a minute ago. Before the dialogue even finishes, you are under attack, and there are several scripted triggers that push the enemy towards pushing you out of your satellites immediately. This is part tutorial. In fact, there's actually a tutorial pop-up that says, hey, did you know that you can lift up your buildings on the off chance you haven't encountered this yet? Because nothing's really mandated that until this moment. You can do it. We've done it several times. But this is the first time it's like, get out, get out, get out. So trying to get that across, but also trying to get across the idea that there's this massive... This is a narrative point, as weird as that sounds. The point is to try and emphasize there is a much bigger force that you cannot deal with on its way here. You are dealing with the outer edges of this force, And so, rather than actually fighting this force, you need to go ahead and plant the psi emitter in order to let the Zerg deal with them instead. That's the narrative point that's trying to be gotten across here. Oh god, Blade-Fall. I was going to share the story later, but I remember distinctly... So I started with Terrans, right? And... I went through an order, but when I got to the Zerg campaign, I just sort of assumed that it was just like Warcraft 2 or Command & Conquer or anything else. Mutually exclusive campaigns. And then at a certain point, it became obvious it was a direct follow-through of the Terran campaign, and I was just blown away by that. It was such a paradigm. It was a new paradigm for me. It's like, oh my god, this is such a great idea. It's pretty much how I would do RTSs nowadays. I wouldn't do mutually exclusive campaigns. I would do campaigns like this. But anyways, so.
I'm having doubts about this, Arcturus.
Back off. Back off.
Anyone deserves to have the Zerg unleashed on them.
Back off.
I know you have personal feelings about this, but you can't let your past cloud your judgment. Carry on.
They are already attacking us. They have superior positions, superior advantage. We, as Taqueta just pointed out, we're going to need this base over here. We cannot defend it early on. They're going to be hitting with much worse than we've got. You'll also notice they finally have tanks.
Transmit orders.
The good news is we do have this little guy. The science vessel is pretty useful, as we've already mentioned. He comes by default with the defense matrix, which is a bubble, which just absorbs X amount of damage. EMP shockwave, which is kind of exactly what it sounds like. And he then gets irradiate, which is, I want that particular organic unit to die.
I read you.
Jacked up and good to go.
We're gonna scoot you up. We're gonna scoot you up.
Sir.
Commander, jacked up and good to go. Rock and roll.
Got it. Scoot you up north. Yeah, shield will be much more useful, or much more relevant, excuse me, later.
Yes, sir.
Talk about that more when we start to see the Protoss.
Unacceptable landing zone.
Yes, it does. So, like, if you manage to get the middle of a Zerg swarm, which is actually kind of unlikely thanks to the pathfinding issues, but if you do it, then yeah, whatever's next to that Zerg unit is going to melt just like the Zerg is unit. So we now have access to tanks. Glorious, glorious tanks. We'll be using those on this mission.
Yeah?
SCV good to go, sir.
Let's do this really quick.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Roger that.
I need 4 more.
SCV good to go, sir.
Yeah, siege tanks, well, yeah, vultures are garbage. They eat up food. What I'm going to do on certain missions is just send my vultures to die so that they stop eating up my food. You notice how the enemy doesn't, even though they take out our satellites almost immediately, they then take a moment before they start attacking us proper. You'll also notice we have a very defensible position. We've already got turrets in place and a couple of bunkers, and they have bridges they have to go across to reach us. So, it's kind of understandable why we can hold our own against a superior force while we prepare our counterattack.
Insufficient
I haven't
rescue
started
gas.
doing that yet. Are we done? We're done.
Reporting for duty.
That. I have Zastel, yes. Not in a long time, and I never came up with it independently. It was something that was introduced to me.
Base is under attack. Insufficient rescue gas.
SCV good to go, sir. Reporting for duty. I read you. SCV good to go, sir.
Just mines everywhere. Yeah, I should probably mention, so, you know what PFR means, right? Of course you do. Right? Anyways, since you know exactly what that means, one of the things that has come up many, many times with regards to PFR is whether or not we do things like competitive multiplayer, whether we even acknowledge that as part of the review. Because Generally speaking, we try to avoid PvP in any of its formats. Because there's just... It's kind of difficult to the point of impossible to properly gauge PvP content, competitive multiplayer content, when it comes to a review. All you can really gauge is the vehicles and methods the game itself puts in the game in order to allow for that. But...
Base is under attack.
But not much else. Like, I can't rate the quality of enemy players, right?
Give me something to shoot.
Orders, Captain?
Also, that's the first time the enemy will start regularly using cloaked units against us, so that sucks.
Something on your mind?
So, like, one of the things that should, as weird as that sounds, coming from me, be reviewed when it comes to a PvP game is how's the meta? How managed is the meta, for that matter? Is it something that, you know, thought and effort and work has been put into to make it not ridiculous? Or is it just, you know, total nonsense land? Like, I don't know, Pokemon, to use a direct example of that. Or Magic the Gathering. Like, both MTG and Pokemon metas, there's a reason there's a lot of rules when it comes to Pokemon tournaments, for example. Because there are some meta strategies in Pokemon which are absolutely stupid. But we can't really gauge that, right? So we're not going to.
Oh, is that it?
Scout really quick.
Reporting for duty.
Jacked up and good to go. Outstanding.
Yes, sir?
I should mention, so, someone at some point asked why I always put Marines in bunkers. There's actually only 3 units, well, 4, but 3 offensive units you can put in a bunker. Those are Ghosts, Firebats, and Marines. Marines are just kind of the catch-all and are pretty much designed for it. Firebats can be useful depending on what you're fighting and what your positioning is. Sometimes there is a value in putting Ghosts in, because even though Ghosts are worse than Marines, they also have better range. And one of the things that the AI will tend to do is kind of be like, oh my god, I'm being attacked! And then kind of lose their ranged advantage as a consequence of that.
I'm ready.
Or, whoops, one less.
Orders, Captain? Right away, sir.
Having said that, I don't know the meta that well, so it's entirely possible there's a perfectly optimal way to do this that I don't know about, because I don't know about it. In Brood War, there's a value in putting a medic in. I actually wasn't going to mention medics yet because we're not there yet, but there's a value in putting a medic in, because once the bunker inevitably falls, the medic will immediately start being like, and yeah, buy you a few seconds.
Receiving headquarters.
Orders, Captain?
Also true, Roman Cure. Balance is all when it comes to PvP, which is one of the reasons why PvP almost always ruins PvE. No offense intended, it's just true.
What now?
Games that try to balance around PvP inevitably ruin the PvE experience by virtue of doing so. It's why I've always been very much in favor of having a giant dividing wall in between PvP and PvE.
Base is under attack.
Fun fact, Starcraft 2 does exactly that. Not all units are even available in matches, and the stats and upgrades are slightly different. So it's balanced for PvP. Yeah, so wall, good. And WoW finally, after years and years and years, finally got around to adding that same dividing wall. So that's good too.
Orders, Captain?
And I know that sounds like a strange thing, but PvP and PvE are such different animals, they have to be balanced completely differently. You cannot balance one without causing issues for the other. That's just the nature of it.
Yes, sir?
So, both benefit from that wall being there. And yeah, FF14 has the divider too. The first game I ever saw that had a true dividing wall between PvP and PvE was actually Guild Wars 1, of all things. But it did a really good job of it.
Greetings,
And I think that other people took that to heart, because, yeah, I've seen it become much more prolific ever since. Let's do that.
Job's finished. Reporting for duty. Yes, sir?
I come across as pretty anti-PvP for obvious reasons, but I'm actually not, as weird as that sounds. I just want that dividing wall there. And of course, I want PvP to be, you know, over there. Like, as a conceptual thing. Which is why, sorry, wrapping this whole discussion up, which is why we're not reviewing the versus mode of StarCraft 1. We're not taking that into consideration. It might as well not exist for the purposes of the review. Have I ever reviewed any PvP-only game? No.
Upgrade.
Will I review any PvP-only game? No.
Add-on complete.
PvP, let's call it what it actually is.
Upgrade complete.
Competitive multiplayer is absolutely coffee for me. I just don't enjoy it. We never reviewed Overwatch. I just do not get into fighting other players. I find it boring, to be completely honest with you. Like, there's no meat on the bones. There's no content. And even if there happens to be a very, very good PvP match, which I should mention, I've had. Like, I've had some really good PvP experiences in my life, but they're the exception, not the rule. But even in the best of circumstances, there's really only two things that are likely to happen. Either I'm absolutely running over the enemy, in which case they're not having a good time, or they're absolutely running over me, in which case I'm not having a good time. Finding a truly balanced match is extraordinarily rare in my experience. And that's true across the board.
Complete.
Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, Starcraft, Warcraft 3, doesn't matter.
Add-on complete.
Job's finished.
No judgment, of course, to people who prefer it. It's just, you know, I don't.
Orders, Captain?
Now, having said that, elitist dickholes can go directly to hell. I have gotten a lot of comments over a lot of years from elitist dickholes who are trying to be like, "Rah!" And, well, they're elitist dickholes. Did I?
Yeah?
There you are. I knew you were there.
Complete.
He died for good purpose. Bringing up some food.
Yeah?
You got this. Take on that tank with your grenade launcher. And he's dead. Alright, cool. He's got this, guys. Don't you worry. He's got this. Now, the best part is, this is going to suck because I know they have wraiths. So we're not going to go too heavy into tanks. No, max supply is not 50. Max supply is actually 200. I just haven't really been on building supply depots. That's on me. I should fix that. Where's my other one? Where are you? Where are you? Where did I leave you? Oh god. I should have another spare SCV somewhere. Yeah, it actually takes some work to get up to 200. And a 200 pop army? That's crazy. No, it didn't, Dr. Winter. It killed the bot. That's why I had to restart it just now. Whatever, you're a builder now. Go build stuff.
Orders received.
In fact, let's do an old trick I like to do. Although I didn't start learning this trick until StarCraft 2, so go figure.
Affirmative.
We're going to interrupt our supply chain to increase our supply chain.
Affirmative. I read you.
So your question was, what do I think about how heroes are implemented? I did actually already talk about that. However, I would say in this game, heroes are reasonably well designed, but they're mostly just kind of there. Or put another way, I don't think I'm going to give a positive just for the implementation of hero units. Not like in, say, something like Warcraft 3, where hero units are like their own thing, with equipment and levels and all that fun stuff. Excuse me. Okay.
Orders,
I used to have to work at it. Like, I can't remember the exact specifics, but I believe you can actually get 24 Protoss carriers if you kill off some of your workers. I might be misremembering the specifics there. But I remember I used to kill off my own workers just so I could get a few extra guys. Alright, so we're actually not going to build any more tanks just yet because tanks are expensive. And we've already run into a problem this game has. I shouldn't say a problem. It's a deliberate thing. It is bottlenecking. And in this game, the bottleneck is, of course, the geyser. As I mentioned before, there is only so much you can draw from a single resource node. And most spots only have one geyser, so naturally Vespene becomes a very natural resource bottleneck. Now, that's okay. For once, it's actually okay, because most maps actually do a decent amount about this. Is it 25? Well, I mean, why would I have 25? Because then I'd have a control group of 12, a control group of 12, and a control group of 1. That's crazy talk, Zastel. Yeah, exactly. So this is your common resource. This is your expensive resource. You'll also notice, unlike Warcraft 2, the resource distribution is actually thought about here. We're almost out of minerals, and we only have one Vespene gas. In order to get the kind of forces we need to really do anything on this map, we need to expand. Unlike Warcraft 2, which just didn't think about stuff like that. God damn it, come on, tanks. I do like the fact that there's actual thought put into this, so the game kind of pushes you just through player friction to go ahead and expand because you need those extra resources to do it. You notice these suckers have 1,500 per. We're going to be set for life once we take this spot back.
Proceeding. Destination.
All right, now.
Identify target. Absolutely.
Come on.
Move it. Yes.
No. What are you doing? Oh my God, what are you doing?
Proceeding. Move it. Orders, sir. Destination. Delighted to, sir. Identify target.
Well, anyways, in order to make this easy, we're just gonna do this.
Unacceptable landing zone. Upgrade complete.
So siege tanks are actually a fascinating character. They're kind of glass cannons, which I know sounds weird, since they're tanks, but it's true. Siege tanks are glass cannons, but they do a stupid amount of damage, especially when they're in siege mode. Now, there are a couple of caveats here. First of all, the attack from the siege mode actually does splash damage, so that's a problem. And under right circumstances, you can easily kill yourself if you have too much of a line of tanks so that they're in range of each other. Also, tanks, when in normal mode, do not have a minimum firing range. Tanks in siege mode do. If you get up in melee, all they can do is deform, and by the time they're done with that animation, they're probably dead. I like all of this, by the way. It's a unit you have to think about. It's extremely useful, but only if you know what you're doing with it. And I am in favor of all of that. Yeah, with proper support and proper backup, siege tanks are brilliant.
Right away, sir. Affirmative. Orders received.
So, pissed sounds while we get our resources going here.
Orders, sir. Yes, sir. Identify target. Destination. Da 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 down da 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 down. I'm about to drop the hammer
sir.
and dispense some indiscriminate justice. What is your major malfunction? Identify target.
Reporting for duty. I can't build that. SCV good to go, sir.
Anybody who ever watched me play Heroes of the Storm knows that the unit, the hero that I was best at was actually the frickin' siege tank lady.
SCV good to go.
She required proper support from the rest of the crew, but if I had support, I would Shrek with her. Yeah, Sergeant Hammer, that's her name. She was so fun. Oh, man. Yeah, if I had like a proper healer at my back, or a good like utility mobility character, whoosh, loved it. I would almost always get the upgrade, which means your range slowly increases the longer you're sieged. I just plop down and wait for a second, and then wait for a second, and then wait for a second.
Job finished.
Boom. Anyways, no, Bragan was a proper healer. Don't listen to her. She is bit with the self-deprecation bug.
Identify target. Orders, sir. Yes, sir. Moving. Absolutely.
I read you. Orders received. Right away, sir. Roger that.
Abathur, I mean, oh god, Heroes of the Storm was such a fun game. I know I just said I don't like PvP games, but honestly, that was kind of a co-op game for me.
Identify target.
I read you.
You can deride me all you want. I loved doing versus AI matches in that game. Like, that was really fun, honestly.
Add-on complete.
Fingers crossed, Bragan.
Yes, sir. Proceeding. Absolutely.
Agreed. Heroes of the Storm. I've actually played a lot of MOBAs. In fact, we even streamed like 10 of them in a row. And Heroes of the Storm is still my favorite by a huge margin. Most unique, most interesting, most just generally fun.
Delighted to, sir.
It also does something that almost no other MOBA does. It has really good map design, which is something most MOBAs just ignore in favor of balance, because they want to focus on the PvP angle, like we talked about. They want to have, like, the standard 3-lane thing going on, or the 2-lane thing going on, because they want everything to be super balanced. I get that. I understand that. I hate that, personally. I love the varied maps. I love all the cool gimmicks and unique stuff you can do in the maps. Jesus Christ, Bragan.
Ready to roll out.
Job finished.
Destination. Identify target. Delighted to, sir.
So like I said, we're going to lean on the siege engines a little bit here, and I'm going to regret it, but we're going to do it.
Absolutely.
Agreed, Magister. I honestly think that...
Roger that.
Well, no, I know that part of the problem with Heroes of the Storm is that they were trying a little bit too hard to turn it into any other MOBA out there and then capitalize on that market. And I think that was their mistake. I think they should have just made Heroes of the Storm its own thing.
Identify target.
I've actually spent money on Heroes of the Storm just because I liked the game so much I wanted to support it.
Job finished.
Yeah, just... Whatever, you know? Whatever. Do I have an armor yet? I should. I just don't remember where it is. Oh, maybe I don't, actually. Hang on. I don't have an armory. Whoops! I'm dumb. Oh, agreed, Ghost Rider. The talent system in that game is legit. And it even did little things that I absolutely approve of. For example, party experience. And I know that's such a minor, stupid thing to point out, but God, that was such a game changer for me. The fact that the whole team gains experience when kills happen just suddenly made the game so much more co-op. Which, again, is exactly what I wanted.
Reporting for duty. Orders, Captain?
Anyways, rant off. I apologize. I'm taking too long. Siege.
Destination.
So naturally, rather than do a properly supported siege run, we're just going to send some tanks out and see what happens.
Delighted to, sir. Proceeding.
Love those sound effects. So there's a Wraith. Already we've got a problem.
Delighted to, sir.
It's okay.
Absolutely.
I got this. I got this.
Proceeding.
Yeah, there was also the comeback mechanics, which Heroes of the Storm practiced a lot of. Damn.
Move it.
Yeah, 20 damage per shot, excuse me, 30 damage per shot. Decent rate of fire.
Identify
Report for
target.
duty.
Just
Roger that.
love these things.
Right away, sir.
So, how many of you have played Total Annihilation? Random question.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Now, I've never really seen another game which has managed the same concept before. But I had something in that game that I called the Worker Army. It was when I didn't actually produce any military troops whatsoever, just workers.
Job's finished.
And you're probably wondering, how does that even work? Well, Total Annihilation has a lot of defense towers. Like, not just a lot of them, but a lot of variety of them. You've got artillery towers, you've got anti-air, you've got flak, you've got lasers, you've got bullets, you've got all kinds of stuff, right? Tons and tons and tons of them. So what I would do is I would have a swarm of workers who could build very quickly, because you could stack up and build with multiple people, and repair very quickly. And they would just build a turret, and then move forward a little bit, and then build a turret, and move forward a little bit.
Orders, sir.
It was a lot of fun. It's the only RTS I've ever played where that tactic was really viable. Now, I could be wrong about that. There's probably another one out there somewhere.
Yes, sir. I read you.
Yeah.
Reporting for duty.
Orders, sir.
I read you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Reporting for duty.
Yes, sir. Move it.
I've heard about that in Supreme Commander. I never actually did it. And the Command and Conquer thing, I know what you're talking about. I'm not sure I 100% agree with that, but I get your point.
Move it.
Factorial. I mean...
Yes, sir. Destination delighted to,
Your
sir.
forces are under attack.
Absolutely. Ready to roll out. Delighted to, sir. Absolutely.
Yeah, in Factorio, you are the builder.
Orders,
Job
sir.
finished.
Quite literally.
Identify target.
Your forces
Proceeding.
are under attack.
Orders, sir. Identify target. Move it. Orders, sir. Identify target.
Yes, sir.
This would be a perfect spot to set up a repair line on.
Reporting for duty.
To go back to that concept really quick.
Orders, sir. Orders, sir. Absolutely.
I think we poked the nest a little bit.
Move it. Proceeding. Destination. Move it.
Job finished.
Absolutely. Move it.
Reporting for duty.
Identify target.
Reporting for
Ready to
duty.
roll out. Yes, sir. Identify target.
Your forces are under
Destination.
attack.
Delighted to, sir.
Oh man, tell me about it. Upgrading is kind of a pain in StarCraft 1.
Identify
What are you
target.
doing?
Your forces are under attack.
Delighted to, sir. Orders, sir. Ready to roll
Yes,
out.
sir. Reporting for duty. I read you. Orders, Captain.
Yes, sir. Destination.
Reporting for duty.
Identify target. Orders, sir.
I don't think I ever played that one live.
Yes, sir.
Identify target.
Yeah, Siege is going to start being very fun very soon here. I mean, it already has been.
Identify target. Absolutely. Identify target.
Yes, sir?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Can I read you?
Orders, sir. Yes, sir.
Orders, Captain?
Orders, sir. Absolutely. Identify target.
Yes, sir?
We have
Your
you on
forces
visual.
are under attack.
Commencing.
Yes, sir?
Identify target.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Reporting for duty.
Identify target. Orders, sir. Identify target.
I almost feel bad for him. I played one of them, Loke, but I forget which. I honestly don't remember which one it was.
Yes, sir? Affirmative.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
Identify target.
Plus 3 damage, plus 1 armor. Plus... Oh, hang on.
Yes, sir.
Plus 5 damage, plus 1 armor.
Orders, Captain?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Can I read you?
Destination.
Reporting for duty. Roger
Your
that.
forces are under
Orders,
attack.
sir.
Reporting for duty.
Orders, sir.
Transmit orders.
Destination. Identify target. Move it.
Base is under
Yes,
attack.
sir. Destination.
Greetings, Command.
Proceed.
Let's see how much of their base we can knock over before that one Wraith does anything to us.
Delighted to, sir. Absolutely. Move it. Proceeding. Move it.
Your forces are under attack.
Yeah, welcome to Tank Ball. I apologize for how long it took me to get here. Tanks are expensive. This is, 2400 Vespine. Which, if you're paying attention, I don't even have the ability to replace right now if I was to lose this army.
Proceed.
Your forces are under attack.
Delighted to, sir. Proceeding. Absolutely.
Receiving an order.
Destination. Proceeding.
Yeah, give it a few more minutes, I could replace this army.
Sir. Delighted to, sir.
Yeah, the enemy base is just churning right now.
Proceeding.
As is its one.
Your forces are under attack.
Visual.
Oh, there's the battlecruiser.
Destination.
Good.
Proceed.
Back off.
Delighted to, sir.
Where is...
Yes, sir? Orders, Captain?
Your forces are under attack.
Destination. Absolutely. Move it.
Orders, Captain?
I think you're right, Hephaestus.
Can I read you?
Greetings, Command. Let's roll.
Orders, Captain?
Ready to roll
We
out.
have you on visual. Greetings, Command.
Orders, Captain? Right away, sir.
Your forces are
Yes,
under
sir.
attack.
Orders received.
Emitter in place. Just promise me we'll never do anything like this again.
We will do whatever it takes to save humanity. Our responsibility is too great to do any less.
Don't worry, we'll never use the Zerg against the enemy again. We lost 13 units and killed 162. The Zerg, lured by the Emitter signal, descended upon the unsuspecting Confederate forces and annihilated them. Once again, the Protoss fleet, under the command of High Templar Sidar, arrived and incinerated the planet. Meanwhile, on my ship,
Greetings, Commander. Receiving incoming transmission.
The time of our final strike against the Confederacy is close at hand. Before we can strike at Tarsonis itself, however, we must break through the Confederacy's most potent defenses. General Duke will brief you.
I've defended Tarsonis in over 30 major battles, so I know its defenses inside and out. There are 3 primary orbital platforms that serve as staging areas for the Confederate fleet. If we assault the central platform, we should cause enough of a ruckus to allow a small force to break through the planetary defenses.
General, I'm impressed. I never figured you for the frontal assault type.
Well, the Confederates have Omega and Delta Squadron troops defending the platform. And they're nothing compared to my Alpha Squadron boys.
Right.
This mission can be mean.
I haven't got all day.
We'll see how we do.
Ghost reporting. I read you.
Not really, Crazy Norse. I mean, he's got kind of a silly name if you think about it. Adar. What dumb name is that?
Roger. Vector locked in.
I can't believe this. Alpha Squadron never would have left this equipment behind. That's what I call sloppy.
This is, so it's an orbital platform. It's exactly what it sounds like. You can kind of see the stars in the background there.
What? All right, then.
It's very sloppy. I hate the layout of these stupid spots, by the way. But it does teach you that you can take over other people's add-ons, extensions, whatever they're called. If you choose to. Like that. Yeah, let's just go ahead and take a nuke. Why not? Always fun to do.
I haven't got all.
Standing by. Attack formation.
It's free gear. I mean, yeah.
I haven't got all day. Make up your mind. Well, I haven't got all day. Been a general for 15 years. Now I'm taking orders from a pup. This core hull outfit's a mess. Y'all need some good old-fashioned discipline. That's what you need. Make up your mind.
Additional supply depots required.
Input coordinates. Strap yourselves in.
I mean, think about it. Wouldn't Duke be like the opposite of Horner?
Go ahead, HQ.
Yeah, by the way, did you catch the quiet little bit of world building there?
I read you.
Tarsonis, capital of the Confederacy, has been in 30 major battles inside of 15 years. At least.
Call the shot.
Jacked up and good to go.
Ghost reporting.
That's it's very indicative of the the Koprulu sector, excuse me. That's true. A lot of those wars could have happened within that 5-year span during the Guild Wars, which is between the Emotion Protectorate, I forget what they were originally called, but what became the Kelmorian Combine and the Confederacy.
I read you. Roger that. Order scout?
That's true. And I think you're right, it is deep defense.
Right away, sir. Orders received.
We only really defend the homeworld, but we defend the ever-living crap out of the homeworld. So, a lot of Confederate, outposts and colony worlds are actually pretty easy to knock over. But Tarsonis is not. In fact, the more astute player might be sitting here thinking, how the hell are we going to do anything against Tarsonis?
Job's finished.
Decisive action. All right, then.
Call me old-fashioned. I love the look of the battle cruisers in this game. Always have. I like them better in 2, but I like them a lot here still.
Not enough minerals.
SCV good to go, sir. SCV
It's actually funny. I'm a ship guy, right? You know that.
Orders received.
What
SCV
you may not know
orders
is
Captain.
that I love StarCraft as a setting a lot. And yet these two things don't really interact with each other.
Yes, sir.
Because really think about it. How many ships exist in StarCraft? Total.
Yes, sir. Orders received. SCV good to go, sir.
All factions.
Yes, sir. Roger that. SCV good to go, sir.
Yeah, the problem here is that StarCraft is at its fundamental core a ground combat game. So,
Right away, sir.
actions revolve around ground combat, not space combat.
SCV good to go, sir.
So, really, not very many at all. Which is the point.
SCV good to go,
In
sir.
lore, there's more than there are in game, but the point stands. Let's do 4 more.
I read you. Reporting for duty. I can't build there. Roger that. Orders, Captain. SCV good to go, sir.
In terms of capital ships, there are 2. The battlecruiser and the carrier. See, you could blockade Tarsonis, but, and I know this is going to sound like absolute crazy talk, planets are big. Bear with me. The planets are big. Most planets can afford to, you know, fuel and fund themselves. So, even if you somehow have the ability to blockade an entire planet, they're fine. Really.
SCV good to go, sir.
And if, to flip that a little bit, if you actually, I'm sorry, wrong direction to take that. Good freaking luck blockading a planet. I know that Star Wars makes it look easy, but it's not that easy to blockade a planet.
Orders received.
Because it's a planet. Well, I mean, if you manage to blockade, say, Coruscant, going back to Star Wars for a second, then yeah, that's going to be extremely deleterious, because those people will start starving inside of days. No, I get what you mean, Blade Taval, but the problem is, even though this doesn't apply linearly, Tarsonis is a castle. And the biggest benefit... The biggest benefit to castles back in the day wasn't that the castle itself was, like, able to magically defend an entire territory. It's that it was projected power. You can have troops and cavalry and resources inside the castle, and you can't take that castle, not unless you know what you're doing. But you could take the village nearby the castle, but then they could leave the castle to go take you. It's projected power. It's exactly the concept there.
Finally.
And yeah, you could have troops and resources and all kinds of fun stuff to go and just kind of sally out and do stuff. So, let's say we go and we take some random hub world or some resource world from Tarsonis. Well, they could send out a ship and go and just go and retake it and then head back to Tarsonis, the castle. I'm not even just making this up. This is actually how the Confederacy operates. This is their modus operandi.
Decisive action. All right. About time.
Yes, sir. Roger that. I read you.
Now, that is also extremely imperialistic in the bad way. You know, if all you spend your time and effort and resources on is the core world, which then benefits from, you know, all the resources and materials and all that you pull from the colonial worlds get it in the, in the sticks, so to speak. We'll actually see this a bit better in StarCraft 2, where we will be able to see exactly what the colony worlds look like and how not they are. And then when we see the actual capital worlds, how they're practically an ecumenopolis, and you can kind of see the contrast there. Okay, so... Sorry, I got really distracted by that text. What am I doing? I am getting some Vespine going. I've been meaning to do for a minute now.
Reporting for duty.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Make up your mind.
SCV good to go, sir.
That is a pretty ship, especially in the remaster.
Decisive action.
Look at it. Look at it. Oh, it's beautiful. Alright, sorry. Shutting up. Shutting up.
Ghost reporting. Job's finished.
Never know what hit.
SCV good to go, sir.
Hey, King Venomui.
SCV good to go, sir.
I mean, the Dominion was a perfectly functional organization, which is admittedly a pretty big step up from the Confederacy. Sad, but true.
Job's finished. Reporting for duty. Yes, sir.
I mean, the Spear of Adun is a very pretty ship. Not gonna lie.
Make up your mind.
So, yeah, exactly, pure white noise. Let's be clear, the only reason the Terran Confederacy came out on top is because the Guild Wars were against a bunch of people who didn't really know what they were doing, who weren't really as unified as they could be. And the whole thing was still a colossal mess, which still cost the Confederacy a lot.
Job's finished.
They kinda got lucky.
What?
I read you.
Yeah, the Confederacy had enough sticks to beat the nearby forces into submission. And you'll notice when I say submission, I mean essentially tribute. The Kelmorian Combine and the Emusian Protectorate kept their space and their lands and their functional autonomy. They just kind of, you know, had to pay up. Excuse me. Oh yes, and we have the Yamato cannon, which is what we just fired there. We'll show that off more in just a second. Are you done? Oh, you should be 3. You should be 2. There we go. Sorry.
Reporting for duty.
Oh, and I should mention, Blade'Cheville, I'm not saying, like, I agree with the Confederacy's strategy. It's just it's a valid strategy. That was the only real point I was trying to make. So I think the only new unit we have access to in this mission is the Ghost.
Reporting for duty.
I don't like using Ghosts.
Right away, sir.
I'm not a fan. So let's show off Ghosts, shall we? I'm fine with shooting a nuclear blast at someone, which is what the Yamato cannon is, but no stims. Stims are bad.
About time.
Yeah, nukes. Yeah. Nukes cost 200 minerals, 200 gas, and 8 food for a projectile, which you then spend and is gone.
About time. Should work.
That's nukes.
Reporting for duty.
In gameplay, yes, Blade Evolve, but not in lore.
Affirmative.
Have you not seen the Starcraft lore run, Blade Evolve? No judgment, I'm just curious. That's very, very valid. These inbuilt chemical delivery systems dose Marines with a powerful mix of synthetic adrenaline, endorphins, and psychotropic aggression enhancers. Marines on stims benefit from greatly increased speed and reflexes, but are subject to long-term side effects including, but not limited to, insomnia, weight loss, mania, hypomania, seizures, paranoid hallucinations, internal hemorrhaging, and cerebral deterioration. Nevertheless, commanders and Marines themselves stand by the use of stims as essential to their continued survival
Upgrade complete.
and effectiveness on the battlefield. That's why I don't use stims. That is actually the reason I don't use stims. They're pretty much exactly whatever you're picturing when you think of drugged up soldiers.
Upgrade complete.
Job finished.
Ask your doctor if stims are right for you. Pictures, Mr. Red. Or else.
Can I read you?
Well,
Can I read you?
No.
Right away, sir.
Oh, God dang it.
Orders, Captain? Can I read you?
Yes, we must see pizzas. We must. Screw it. Let's just keep this ride going.
Roger that. Reporting for duty. Roger that. Right away, sir.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't see the question at all, Luke. I mean, there's no confirmation of this craziness, but as I talked about during the lore run, I state with near total certainty that there was external manipulation going on to allow for the creation of the Cthulhu sector. Like, I would be shocked if that was not true.
Job's finished.
I suppose we should get that going too. So let's do this.
Order.
Plus, we're already running out of resources, but right. Would I use stims in PvP? No. Because I'd never PvP.
Job's finished.
The Tempest. So the mothership is a capital ship, obviously. That's kind of a gimme. I think the Tempest technically qualifies, although I'm not sure I would qualify it.
Yes, sir.
I guess it is basically an artillery ship. And then there's the Void Rays, which are actually gargantuan in lore. So those would qualify as
make up your
capital
mind.
ships as well. This is such a waste of everything, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna commit to it.
Orders, Captain.
With our tiny, shrinking base. You know, that's a good point, Hephaestus. No, Eternus, I didn't see your question. Eternus says, Dear Lore, why do you suck? Well, when I was a young lad.
Well,
let's do this for right now. So...
Job finished.
10,000 years ago. I was an idiot. Yeah, there was a Hoover beam. My mother was actually a Dyson.
Want a piece of me, boy?
Upgrade complete.
You want a piece of me, boy?
If I was given the Starcraft IP? Oh, jeez. So, first and foremost, Starcraft City Builder. It's the first game I'm making in this franchise. I don't care. I don't care. We're doing it. We're making it happen. Think about it. All three factions could have completely different mechanics when it comes to a city builder and which buildings can interact with what and how you produce resources and all kinds of stuff like that.
Give me some of this shit.
Just, oh god, it's happening. It's happening! You cannot stop it! You can't stop me! No, as much as a StarCraft 4X game sounds like fun, and it does, I would rather have a Warcraft 4X game or a Mario one. That's loud.
Should work.
So I'd rather have a Warcraft 4X game or a Mario one than a StarCraft one. So no, City Builder. City Builder. Yeah, we need to expand, which is what I'm doing right now, if you're wondering. Like, we need to branch out. Because we're already running dry a little bit. Speaking of, hi. You just go over here for a second. So what would be the second game? An RTS. I would actually... In fact, if I'm being completely honest with myself, my first game would probably be an RTS because the franchise has been kind of dead for a while. So we need to have your typical game first. And once we have our typical game, then... Okay, sure. Then we'll go ahead and move on to making a city builder. Let's do the typical game first, I guess. Please stop dying, Duke. Please stop dying, Duke. Please stop dying, Duke. I suppose you were asking in story, not in gameplay. Well, sucks to be you! So... City Builder. But no, narratively speaking, there is only one direction to go in, and that's towards Earth. That's towards the UED. The UED is such a gigantic, dangling plot thread that needs to be resolved, that needs to be developed. I cannot imagine doing elsewise. Alright, I need you guys to go die for me. I won't give you stim packs, but I want you to go die for me. Could you go do that, please? Where did... Ah. So, how would I do the UED different? Well, as it happens, I've already been designing a faction recently in my head for the Star Trek rewrite. That would be the Terran Dominion. And by the Terran Dominion, I mean the Dominion, who have no Terrans in them, because I'm an idiot. So, the Dominion, one of the things I want to lean into that is that they really take that we have reserves mentality and just run with it. And that's kind of what I think with regards to the UED. They have so much infrastructure and so much resources. And honestly, I like the idea, as horrible as it sounds, that the UED have an overpopulation problem. And so they churn through people. Yeah, exactly, Loner. Just Red Army. Just, we have reserves. Sweep. Lots and lots of cheap units. Yeah, Red Alert. I was just gonna say, I know one of the factions in Red Alert 3 was kind of like that, and it was the Soviets. Probably a lot of reasonably dependable stuff because they need their stuff to be usable by anybody for any reason. And yeah, I like the idea that if your population gets too high, like, I know that the upkeep mechanic is a contentious mechanic, but I love the idea of the UED leaning into that mechanic hard. Like, if they start to have issues with their supply lines, their economy falls apart, right? And poof. Yeah, I can think of a couple of neat things to do with that, but whoop, 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 whoop. Let's just deal with this proper style. There we go. I don't know. I can think of a lot of directions we could take that, but that's generally what I would do. I would have the next RTS be focused on going to Sol, make the UED a fourth faction, rather than just making them Terrans, but with a couple of additional variances. I would make them a whole new, completely separate faction. And narratively, I'm not sure what I would do with that. Like, I know that sounds weird, but like, I'm not sure what the plot would be, is my point. It would be very much a now what kind of a story. Because, spoilers, Starcraft 2 ended definitively in a way that the story has concluded, and that's a good thing. It's the first Blizzard story that ever ended. So, this is now, okay, now what? And establishing some new status quo, maybe kind of stretching the field out a little bit, kind of making the UED, explaining the UED a little bit more, diving a little bit more in depth into the consequences of the initial assault into the Caprula sector and the initial colonization of the Caprula sector. Just really diving into a bunch of stuff like that. No, 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 no. You don't get to exist. Back off. Back off, back off, back off. Die. Yep. You see, that's what I was thinking. Like, have the initial campaign be from the perspective of the UED, which would be the second time we've done that, but it's valid. It works. It is a valid option to take. Whoops. If they announce StarCraft 3 at BlizzCon, I will be legitimately shocked. No, they're gonna announce Warcraft Rumble, which I'm gonna spit on, and then they're gonna be like, and then here's some other dumb crap, and they're gonna talk about like where WoW's going with Dragonflight. They will not announce the next WoW expansion. They will be like, and here's esports, because that's what we care about here at Blizzard. Yeah, Diablo. Yeah, you know what? No, they will have Diablo 4 news, which nobody cares about. They will have Diablo Immortal news, which nobody cares about. I guarantee you, I bet you money right now, at some point during BlizzCon, someone's going to say, Diablo Immortal, which has set a record-breaking such and such concurrent users, just as to brag about how well Diablo Immortal's doing. Oh yeah, and Chris Metzen will be on the stage, which, I'm going to be honest for just a second, it'll be good to see him. I mean that. Chris Metzen gives a damn and has a tremendous amount of charisma. The man has always been the spokesperson of Blizzard, and their BlizzCons have been noticeably worse ever since he left. Is Metzen evil? No. No, Metzen's actually a pretty legit guy. That's kind of his shtick, actually. It's one of the reasons why I'm curious why he's back. Because that can be an extremely good thing or an extremely bad thing, and not a lot in between. That sucks, Mr. Red. I'm sorry. Alright, I already got one. That would be what we call an extremely bad thing, Meatfist. Hey, Reggie. How you doing? So now that we've finally broken out of our pigeonhole of a base, this is always the hardest part of this mission, getting out of this frickin' pit. Once you're out of the pit, you're generally fine. Because now you got this nice big area to build in. Well, see, that's the question then, isn't it, Brigwin? Is it a good thing or a bad thing that Metzen's back? And I don't know. I won't know for probably about 2 years, I'd say. That's when we'll really see the consequences of all this lining up. See you around, Loke. Enjoy the birthday. Let's free up some food, shall we? That's sad, Mr. Red. Exactly, Meatfist. Which is another unknown at the moment. What is the objective here? Kill all. Yeah, that's what I thought. There's the other base. I knew it was up here somewhere. I think it should be Eternus. We kind of ended on the biggest stakes possible. You don't end... Despite what Hollywood thinks, you don't finish a giant stakes mission, or a giant stakes story, and then immediately have another thing trying to one-up it. You have to bring stakes right back down. That's what needs to happen there. Go kill that way, would you? You can get up there, right? Can you get up there? You can. Okay, go. Sounds like a lot of places around here. There's this burger place we got recently just to try it out. It's like, hey, this is pretty decent, but it wasn't worth $10 a burger. Nope, we're perfect. Cool. Yeah, just the Boiga. Like I said, not worth it. Decent burger, not $10. You're never satisfied with the quality or the quantity, Yura, because those are two very different things. I mean, I can only really think of one pizza place I've ever considered truly great. It's that deep dish place that shut down during COVID back in KC. Quantity is a quality of its own, I believe is the quote. Well, that's a thought I never wanted, Eternus. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. Let's just do an A move and watch what happens. Oh, they're going to melt immediately. Okay, cool. Oh, no, they managed all right. course you do it. Look at that line. Look at that line. I honestly have no idea, Matefist. I'm not sure I have the qualifications to judge what real Italian pizza is. I've certainly had unique pizza over the years, like artichoke heart, for example. So good. And you know, there's like mom and pop shops, but I'm not sure if those qualify either. Well, that's half the map swept. Yeah, here you go, just for you.
Let's move.
Just for you, Mike Kimono. Whoop! Oh, gotcha, Meat Fist. I mean, I've had plenty of, you know, not thick crust pizzas, so I don't know. Let's just send these troops blindly to their deaths. Who's with me? Call it scouting. That sounds like scouting, right? Go die. I mean, or kill. That's also acceptable. Here, hang on. There's a conga line coming. Oh, yeah, sorry. We're sending a reconnaissance force. An expeditionary force, you might even say. I was going to send an actual force of ghosts, but at this rate, they're doing pretty well, actually. Yeah, we'll turn the sound back on.
Go, go, go!
3-foot diameter pizza. So, what used to be a large pizza hasn't been for a long time.
Somebody call for an exterminator.
Your forces are under attack.
They're just chewing through this place. Jesus. Marines, am I right? That would have been the early 90s, Reggie, but yeah. Nowadays, large is like this. It's kind of pathetic, honestly. Large has become medium. They did it! They died. Good job, everyone.
Go, go, go! Outstanding. I'm handing back.
Good job.
Ghost reporting.
Now, time to send in the elites.
I'm gone.
Why do I think that is? It's common practice to slowly over time reduce the quantity of food that you give out, while either keeping the price the same or slowly increasing the price.
I'm here. Never know what hit you.
Nuclear missile ready.
Should.
Yeah, quality tends to go down too. Especially in chains. It is worth noting that quality doesn't universally go down. Sometimes it goes back up and then goes down and then up and down. But, you know, it's a thing.
Make up your mind. Ghost reporting. I'm all over it.
So as you can see, ghosts are worse than Marines in almost every way.
I'm here.
Their big advantages, however, are twofold. First, they can cloak, which I'm not even going to bother to boring you with. But the other thing they can do is what is often considered to be the most overpowered spell in the entire game.
I'm all over it.
This spell is so overpowered that I swear to God they didn't even playtest this. It's also colossally frustrating to me personally. That spell is Lockdown. Lockdown freezes a mechanical unit in place for 44 goddamn seconds. which is insane in an RTS. Costs very little mana. It's 100 mana, which you basically get 2 shots per ghost. And this is the worst part. They can keep taking damage while they're in lockdown. It's a stun, not a freeze. Lockdown is bonkers. Absolutely bonkers.
I'm here. I'm all over it. I hear that.
Oh yeah, by the way, the micro needed to use it is pretty messed up. Guess what the AI has absolutely no problems using?
I'm gone. I hear that. Finally. Call the shot. Finally.
Your forces are under attack.
That's not what I wanted, but at this point we're committed, so go, Duke.
Should work. Decisive.
Ghost reporting. I'm here. I'm gone. Never know what hit him.
Make up your mind.
Your forces are under attack.
All right.
I'm here.
Aw, thank you, Beston Slot.
Upgrade complete.
I'm gone. Call the shot. I'm gone. Call the shot.
Your forces are under attack.
I hear that.
Make up your mind.
I read you. Orders received.
Make up your mind.
Oh, we lost the last coast. Alright, hang on.
What?
No, there's no localized damage at all.
Reporting for duty.
Make up your mind. Decisive action.
Yeah, I feel like he might be taking the piss a little bit. But I don't know. Weird vibe. Oh yeah, by contrast, the Yamato gun is a pretty big hit, but it's a single target hit that won't even kill most buildings, and you can only fire it once per full energy bar. That's certainly strong, but when you consider some of the other spells in this game, it's just not on the same level. I thought we actually knew what happened in the NORAD 1. Of course, I don't remember off the top of my head. But I would imagine that NORAD 1 was probably lost during the Guild Wars, when Duke actually got his commission and became a general of the Confederacy. Knowing Duke, he probably lost the NORAD 1, because he's Duke. He's not actually that good of a general. In fact, I'm pretty sure... Well, okay. I don't remember if Duke's family is one of the old families. Forgive me. This is not the lore run. I haven't been researching all this stuff lately. But,
well,
it wouldn't surprise me if he was one of those people who only got his commission specifically because of his connections.
I hear that. Never know what hit him. I hear that. I'm all over it.
So, I promised nukes. Whoop, whoop, whoop,
Know
whoop.
what hit him.
Too close.
I'm gone.
Nuclear launch detected.
I haven't actually seen the nukes in the remaster version. Nukes are also reasonably well balanced, which is funny.
I'm all over it.
So that's what nukes do. It's a decent range, decent amount of damage. The dot is, yeah, I think the dot is a lot more visible than it was in the original version. You can always see the dot, and every player always hears the indicator for when the nuke is being launched. So, you always know when a nuke is coming.
This is under attack.
What?
Well,
Okay. That's not something I was ready for. Not gonna lie.
make up your mind.
I read you. Orders, Captain?
Anyways, so nukes are expensive. You have to build them and then launch them via a ghost, which is also expensive. Ghosts need to research cloak to make that even viable at all. And then the ghost has to actually sit there and channel the nuke for several seconds before the nuke actually goes off.
What?
I'm probably never going to use a nuke again for the rest of the game.
I'm a god. Well,
Yeah, the computer also pretty much cheats when it comes to nukes, so not as useful as they could be. So we've shown off ghosts, we've shown off nukes,
well.
we've shown off Duke. Oh, actually, we forgot to do one thing. Oh yeah, you have to sacrifice the ability to scan, which is much more useful, by the way, in order to build a nuke.
This is under attack.
I know there's like, what do you call it, nuke hopping, when you have one command center and 2 nuke silos, but that barely makes that better. Keep in mind, each nuke is locking up 8 food, 8 supply, just for being there.
Should work. What?
No, yeah, like, nukes are...
You want a piece of me, boy? You want a piece of me?
Nukes in StarCraft 1... Yeah, they also take forever to craft. Nukes in StarCraft 1 remind me a lot of nukes in the original Command & Conquer. It's a big, fancy, flashy thing that isn't actually nearly as useful as it should be in gameplay because the developers were so scared of it being overpowered that they over-nerfed it before it even came out.
What?
You know, that's a valid point, Best in Slot. I agree with you.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Reporting for duty.
What? About time.
So we're gonna do one more thing. I guess we could send the troops off now.
Shoot.
Go kill stuff.
Go, go, go. Commander.
You also go kill stuff.
Outstanding.
Somebody call for an exterminator? I'm here. Finally. Call the shot. Finally.
You want a piece of me, boy? You want a piece of me, boy?
Now reap the whirlwind. Keep it
Your
up.
forces are
I
under
dare
attack.
ya. I'm about to overload my aggression inhibitors. Call the
You
shot.
want a piece of me, boy?
And that's it. Ghosts don't have very good pissed sounds. Don't worry, we'll do Zerg next, who basically have no pissed sounds. Meanwhile, Marines are just Marines. There's a trope. It's called boring but practical. Ladies and gentlemen, boring but practical.
Give me something to shoot. Standing by.
What's funny is Marines are even better in StarCraft 2.
Forces are under attack.
Like, you could turn Marines into so many fun things in StarCraft 2, and I will probably be leaning on them quite a bit during Wings of Liberty. Marines are awesome. But even in this, they're relatively cheap. They only cost 50 minerals and 1 food each, and they build fast from a building that requires nothing else to build other than a command center. So, command center, multiple barracks, and each barracks is only 150 minerals. And then, like, get your supply line going, and you can already start churning out an army, just like that. It's one of the reasons my Marine rushes suck.
Commander, outstanding. Jacked up and good to go.
I don't know, Baron Bonthul. I have no information on that. This is the other benefit of Marines. I actually screwed this up, but I'm trying to show this off. By the time your first round of Marines are already dying, your second round of Marines has shown up because you can rebuild the entire force you just lost in the time it took them to even reach and then die to the enemy forces. Marines for the win.
Let's move. Jacked up and good to go.
So this is a statement of ignorance, but I would say that for the Zerg, the unit that is the equivalent of the Marines, is actually the Hydralisk for the same basic reasons. Hydralisk is more expensive, but nevertheless fills the same slot. As for the Protoss, they don't have a unit like this. They're the Protoss. So, I'm actually going to chop off here. That way we can get right into it when we come back from lunch. So I'm going to go grab lunch. See you guys.